Do we get to at least say the
Low
Pledge
count.
of Allegiance before we get screamed at?
Colleen?
I think we should do what Aurora does. They have a
Ready?
little prayer, too.
Well, let's do this.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, citizens, guests, council, and staff. I trust that everyone that is eligible to vote that's here tonight has taken up the opportunity and turned in their ballot. City Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Cernanek,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Beckman,
Here.
Councilmember Brinkman,
Here.
Councilmember Cole,
Here.
Councilmember Stallman,
Here.
Councilmember Stein,
Here.
Councilmember Valdez.
Present. Please join me, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's the big game. For our agenda tonight, we have 3 second readings with public hearing, and we have 2 resolutions with public hearing. When it gets to the resolutions, the presentation and the public comments will be unified, actually, and we'll hear from the city attorney on that procedure as when we get to it. Are there any other agenda items to consider? Seeing none, we move to the minutes to be approved. Looking for a motion.
I have a motion. This will be a motion based on the clerk's certification that the October 21st video as the minutes for the October 21st, 2014 regular meeting of the City Council be approved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council ready to vote?
The vote is unanimous. Motion carries.
Thank you, Council. We now have unscheduled public appearances or citizen comments. Unscheduled appearances are an opportunity for any citizen to express opinions or ask questions regarding city services, council policies, or other matters of community concern that are not part of the scheduled agenda. Generally, an immediate response should not be expected. Typically, issues are referred to city staff for follow-up information or research and reported back to the council and the individual that initiated the comment or inquiry. If any citizen would like to speak during unscheduled public appearances, please complete a green citizen card. They are located up at the table at the entrance to the council chambers. Please provide the green card either to the city clerk or leave it at the podium. And when you do come forward, please at least state your name for the record. Your address will be included on the green card. Who would like to come forward? Anyone?
Hi, good evening. Susan Neese, resident of Littleton. I'm here at this time to ask you to please reinstate the provision of written minutes, or at least some sort of written summary, for any and all of the city's meetings and hearings. I think the result of your decision to have only video or audio tapings of meetings served as minutes creates a huge and detrimental loss in the ability of both those who serve the city, such as yourselves, and other board members, city staff, and all citizens, or anyone else who is interested, to be able to access critical information regarding the important decisions the city makes. For any meeting held outside of council chambers, such as the Lift Board's meetings have been, there is no way to proceed through a tape, in their case audio, without having to go through and listen to the entire tape to obtain what may be of interest. We are talking 2 to 3 hours of taped meeting time. By the way, it has been my experience, after only having access to audio taped minutes for approximately the last 5 to 6 months of meetings, it was not until recently, around October 19th, after my inquiring, and when Lyft decided to reorganize its website, that Lyft's written minutes finally became more readily available to the public, which I believe is required by the city's municipal code regarding non-videotaped meetings. For both meetings held inside council chambers or outside, there is no means to review ahead of time if there were unscheduled public appearances that might be of interest. For items on the agenda, there is no way to preview who spoke on what issue, what was said on a particular issue, or even what issues came up. For meetings held in council chambers, one can click on an agenda item, but will still have to listen for the whole time, which again can run into the hours, for a particular item or person of interest speaking. We are talking about hours of time wasted to obtain small but critical pieces of information. Also, I believe there will be no permanent record of executive sessions since there is a time limit for the city clerk to maintain electronic recordings. There's a reason, I believe, why Littleton is the only one who is operating in this manner in the state, because it doesn't work. As a citizen of Littleton, I believe my taxpayer money should be wisely used, and providing written minutes of city meetings and hearings, along with the video and audio tapes, is one of those uses. It is not a waste of time of the city clerks or secretaries serving on city boards to provide such key information. Knowledge is power, and the effect of council's decision has been to make it difficult for anyone to have knowledge, and as a result, power. Let's not operate in or encourage ignorance of city matters any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next. Bob?
My name is Robert Bowen. I'm not a citizen of Littleton. I live in Centennial. I am a taxpayer in Arapahoe County, and I wanted to speak to you not specifically about items on your later agenda because it wouldn't be appropriate for me, not being a Littleton resident, to speak then, but in general I want to talk to you about the topic of tax increment finance. My career before I retired was a developer, a broker, and a contractor. And in 1980, I was hired by a developer to develop 400 acres in Thornton that straddled both sides of Interstate 25, where the current Thornton Parkway is now. But there was no Thornton Parkway or interchange at all. The land was landlocked. And the city or the federal government and the state offered no funds, so I knew tax increment was being used in mountain communities for those things, so I persuaded the city to form a tax increment district to finance the interchange, which is now the 92nd Thornton Parkway interchange. And the city agreed. It was the first TIF in the metropolitan Denver area in 1980. So I'm familiar with TIF and how it works and so forth, and it can be a very important tool. What I'm concerned about in general is that TIF needs to follow the state statute. The districts need to be small and compact, not large. That district was confined to a very small area, which was all vacant land for the most part. They need to have a specific purpose. That TIF was to build an interchange and nothing else. All of the infrastructure costs, all of the on-site costs, all of the development costs were borne by us as developer, not by the tax increment bonds. The same as most developments are, unless they're in a TIF. The TIF was only used to do something that only could be done by the government, by the city. And so as you consider TIF, I think you need to keep those kind of principles in mind. The other thing is that when you take land out of the tax base for the TIF, then to keep schools from being harmed, you need to raise the mill levy on everybody else. I think you should make certain that you're not subsidizing developers at the expense of other taxpayers for using the TIF to do things developers normally pay for as part of the cost of doing business. We had to pay all of those development costs, and we recovered our money by selling the lot. That's how it normally happens. In general, that's what I think should be done. So as you go through tonight's agenda and other upcoming things, I would ask that you, because what you do here affects the Littleton schools, it affects Arapahoe County taxpayers, of which I'm one, and I think you need to really be narrow and not broad in your approach. So thanks for your indulgence.
Thank you. Next.
Hi. This is going to be very hard for me to say tonight, but I'm doing this for my parents, and this is directed...
State your name, please.
Oh, sorry. Trish Bradley. I'm a Littleton resident, as are my parents, Jim and Millie Reeves, who I know some of you know, and I'm addressing this to Mr. Randy Stein. And you don't know who I am, but you know my parents, Jim and Millie Reeves, correct? I'm so sorry. I'm very nervous about this. This is hard in front of people I don't know. I wanted to bear witness to the fact that Mr. Stein operates on a sleazy business level. He had my parents, Jim and Millie Reeves, in a lawsuit over the Bachelet building for 10 years, costing them close to $1 million and their health. And they are very senior now, or they would be speaking here today. I wrote a letter to the editor of the Littleton Independent before the council elections to dispute what Mr. Stein has said about his accomplishments in his bio. But obviously, the Littleton Independent doesn't really care because they don't print things like that. Mr. Stein claims that he had something to do with the historic designation on the Bachelet building, when in fact, I and my parents used grant money and our own money to get the historic designation on it, and I have all of my newspaper articles to prove that fact.
And Trish, is this related to the city business?
It really sort of is in the long run. It's about how people do business on the city council.
Okay, that's not necessarily city business, how they conduct their own business.
Well, that's not true.
Thank you. Pam?
I'm going to ask for the projector and that the clock not start until the projector is ready. Would you mind either resetting, or it's 15 seconds, so. I've got two things, a vision for Littleton and a comment about code of ethics. Again, Councilmember Stein is one of my representations, campaign representations compared to practice on council. And Mayor Sunanek suggested we bring positive suggestions. I'm going to suggest that we add conflict of interest restrictions to positions of authority in the city. And I'm going to talk about a vision for Littleton. With respect to the previous speaker, I had no idea if she was going to be here or that she was going to say what she said. However, Councilmember Stein did contact the owner of a motel and proposed urban renewal area with a purchase inquiry. Also, at the last council meeting, Susan Neese provided Colorado statute citations that apply to this situation, and many members of LIFT have personal or extended interests in the development industry. Now, City Council has passed resolutions restricting eminent domain and condemnation and committing to dialogue with other taxing entities in response to citizen concerns. I'm going to urge City Council to ask staff to develop ethics standards for city authorities implementing the CRS guidelines in Littleton. So that's what it has to do with city business, Mayor. And specifically, this would be members of council, boards, and authorities, including LIFT and city management. So to shift gears, I've talked before to you about how excited I get when I think about what Littleton could be. And so here's a vision. For design and style, I envision South Littleton Mineral Corridor as modern with current design, high-density areas. North Littleton and North Littleton Boulevard and Main Corridor is an integrated unit. Historic preservation, early Littleton to mid-century modern. Design guidelines, we would set them up and specify them for everybody, integrate new and renovated design with historic styles. And we would widen the area around the light rail with medium density by implementing a practice called last mile techniques. And those go from light rail in the last mile around. So going up and down Littleton Boulevard Main would increase that district remarkably and allow us to maximize the value of light rail and still have medium density along that area. We'd also build partnerships. The other part of this vision I'd characterize as independence, local strength, or character and identity. I'm going to suggest a couple of prongs: energy efficiency, promotion of homes and commercial buildings that are retrofitted. In city mega blocks, city acquires a half a block in every square half mile. Initially, maybe community gardens, but maybe those would evolve into small-scale energy generation. And then we would also have business incubators for the building retrofits and small-scale alternative power generation, and local broadband and internet access. And we would build partnerships with innovative, creative, forward-looking investors, developers, builders, and entrepreneurs. And there are a lot of assets. We'd be different from other Denver metro areas. We would have economic strengths. Warren Buffett said, by the time you join a trend, you're behind. Fear of missing out, lose. And it would give us a sense of community and identity, a shared long-term mission to work on. So thanks for your consideration of those two things.
Thank you, Pam. Betty?
Good evening, Council. I'm Betty Harris. I live in District 2. I am here tonight to inform the Council and the community that the Citizens Initiative has not only met the required number of signatures needed to get the question on the ballot, but we have exceeded our requirement by several hundred names. It appears that the Littleton voters want the same voice to weigh in on urban renewal that other taxing entities were provided by Resolution number 88. There's been a lot said about what motivated us to take this step. A member of council said we wanted Littleton to be stuck in the 1950s. Since this council person did not bother to ask us, I would like to set the record straight. The sponsors of this petition did not get together one afternoon and decide to put this question to the voters. In fact, there were several meetings over the course of several months. At first, we spent a lot of time talking about what we knew and understood about urban renewal. We researched Riverfront Festival Center's urban renewal project in Littleton. We researched what was happening in other communities in Colorado with regard to urban renewal. And we learned that citizens in other municipalities were also protesting against the use and misuse of urban renewal, TIF, and eminent domain.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council, mayor, Phil Cernatic, how are you?
Good. Doing fine, Joe.
After careful research, discussion, and reflection, we came to the conclusion that abolishing urban renewal was not what we wanted to do. We believe that urban renewal has an important role to play in communities. We believe it should be available where there is an honest need for urban renewal. But we believe protecting the people in the city requires a charter change that gives citizens the right to vote on eminent domain, condemnation, and private use of public dollars. We are concerned that an appointed board of 7 people who are not required to be citizens of Littleton could make a determination about the development of land in our city and how to use public dollars for private development. We are bothered by urban renewal law that allows the authority the right to determine land uses and densities without going through the planning board and the city council. We object to eminent domain being used for economic development, to the diversion of tax dollars away from the city, county, schools, and park district. There are other concerns that time prohibits discussing at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Bingham, 236 West Delaware Circle here in Littleton. Since we began this effort, this Council has taken a step to pass a resolution that you will not use eminent domain. We applaud you for that. Now we want that same protection in our charter, so once you are no longer seated, the citizens are still protected. And since we began our effort, this council has offered to negotiate with all the taxing entities involved. For this, we applaud you. Thank you. This is an area where we do disagree. We do not think any tax dollars that are intended to go to a certain taxing entity should be diverted without a vote of the people. Littleton voters are smart. If a URA determines that they have such a wonderful project for the city, they can ask the voters if public tax dollars can be used to fund the project. Forcing this to a vote will also force the URA to determine how much debt they need to incur and how many years the increment needs to be diverted. This way, the URA cannot divert taxes for 25 years, but only for the time that it is needed, and the voters will be able to hold the authority accountable. Maybe the TIF is only needed for a few years and not the entire 20 years allowed by law. Thank you for your time. And here's some more petitions.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Frank Atwood. I'm with 7094 South Castilla Street. And I'd like to comment that, believe me when I tell you that there isn't one of us that sponsored this or worked on this effort that wanted to do this. The task was large, felt like a bridge too far. The time commitment enormous, a very far bridge. But we decided that it was the right thing to do for us to do. So tonight, I'm here to tell you that we will be delivering the petitions to the city clerk tomorrow morning. I would suggest that this falls into the realm of a survey of sorts. You have almost 4,000 individual citizens that are telling you that they want the right to vote on any use of eminent domain, condemnation, and use of taxpayer dollar. They want the right to vote on any urban renewal project that will divert tax dollars away from the intended taxing entities. And we want the right to vote on the use of any of our tax dollars being used in any revenue or cost-sharing scheme with the developer. As part of, could I have the overhead projector, please? Sorry, tried to cooperate. I invite everyone to an alternative voting method symposium that'll be hosted in Glendale on the 15th of November. It's an opportunity for individuals to consider alternative voting methods and for City Council to get a better feel for what alternative voting methods are. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
I'm Carol Brezak. I live in the 4th District. I'm the 5th of the sponsors. You've heard from the other 4. When you work with Frank, you know you're always going to talk about approval voting at some time. What I would like to do is thank everybody that was involved. As Frank said, it was an enormous task, and it doesn't happen by just the 5 sponsors. I think it's important to note that the 5 sponsors are Democrats, Republicans, and Libertarians, and the people that worked on this are Democrats, Republicans, and Libertarians, plural. There are more than Frank in the community that are Libertarians. So I'd like to thank the people that helped us with this effort: Jim and Claire Donnelly, Susan Bergsteiner, Lindora Market, Mike Shear, Linda Brazee, Trent Brotherton, Caitlin Clark, Arnie Oker, Young Trin, Pam Chadbourne, Joyce Stuyvesant, Paul Bingham, Frank Atwood, Julia Duggan, or Dugan, Russ Robinson, Jose Trujillo, Jeannie Erickson, Linda Ellis, Lorette Barentine, Paula Suzard, Ann Carino, Sandy Ahern, Ron and Muriel Walker, Cece Atenso, Mark Guzui, Holly Johnson, Morgan Serbo, Matthew Swearingen, Kelly Nelson, Dot Din, Ruth Ann Reeder, Kelly Nelson, Gloria Schoen, Doug Clark, Betty Harris, Martin Bolt, John and Val Watson, Lou Sullivan, David Schwann, Joe Barentine, Loretta Lohman, and I think I might have covered them all. And I want to express my sincere thank you to the people that worked really hard. And if you ever want to get anything done, these are the people to call on because they know how to make things happen in Littleton. And we will be meeting with Colleen in the morning at 11 o'clock to present the petitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else for public comment? Okay, seeing no one approach. And I hope everyone that was part of that 5 has a chance to listen about how the land use and density issues are being addressed in the plans before us that later this evening. We move to section 7 of the agenda. This is the first of 3 second readings with a public hearing. This one is ordinance 35-2014. It's an ordinance on second reading approving the rezoning of property known as the Plum Valley subdivision, lots 7 through 16, from PDX to PDC, Plan Development Commercial, and approving the Plum Valley subdivision, lots 7 through 16, General Plan Development Plan. And Director Van Nimwegen, you have the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, what we're presenting to you is a proposed rezoning of approximately 11.4 acres as part of the Plum Valley subdivision, which is located south of County Line Road and east of Lucent Drive. The rezoning is from PDX to PDC. The property was annexed into the city of Littleton in 1992, and because they didn't have a proposed use for the site, it was given a holding zone of PDX with the condition that before they used the property, they would have to come in and rezone the site to either PDC for commercial, PDI for industrial, or PDR for residential. This gives you an idea of where the site is in context to its surroundings. So as I mentioned, it's south of County Line Road. It's right adjacent to the Highline Canal. Directly south of the site is the Champ BMW dealership. And then they also own property directly east of that, which is the site of the proposed Champ Honda and Mini dealerships. The applicant, when we first met with the applicant to rezone this site in Littleton, and as you see, the south boundary of this property is the south boundary of Littleton. Then it's Douglas County that surrounds it, a portion on the north and the south and the east and the west. The applicant did request annexation into the city of Littleton to not only to include the BMW dealership and future Honda dealership, but I think right after that point, we received a letter from the Highland Ranch Metro District, and subsequently the applicant withdrew the request for annexation. This just is a little bit of a close-up of the site. As you see, they're accessed off what was a private street, Plum Valley Lane, but now is a public street, and it's in Douglas County and owned and maintained by Douglas County. So in the permitted land use of the planned development, what's proposed is a sales, parking, and storage of motor vehicles, which would also include recreational vehicles. They're allowed to do automobile repair, specialty shops, garages, body work on the site. But principally, the use is going to be, at least at the beginning, will be off-street parking and storage for new cars and used cars for the dealerships directly adjacent. And it's limited to those dealerships. So we're not going to have a storage yard for other dealerships, only those that are directly adjacent. So this will be the main use initially, but the hope is that someday it becomes a dealership or something more in the future. Here's some of the development standards. They're going to maintain 20% open space, probably have more than that because they have agreed to provide a 50-foot wide landscape buffer to the Highline Canal. The building setbacks are 30 feet on the other sides that aren't adjacent to the Highline Canal. They can have a maximum height of 50 feet and a floor area ratio of 5:1. Here's, again, the initial site plan. It's nothing special. It's really a parking lot. We look at it as storage of cars, so the landscaping's around the perimeter of the site, and I think they're showing approximately 1,000 vehicles could be parked on the site. So whenever we look at a rezoning, we compare it to, is it consistent with the citywide plan? And I think there's some policies in our plan that support directly what they're requesting. Policy 1.3 asks that there be retail that not only provides goods and services to the citizens of Littleton, but also to non-residents. And I think just with the proximity of this property being on the edge of the community, it certainly is an opportunity for that. We should appropriately buffer commercial land uses from adjacent uses. Again, they have car dealerships to the south. There really isn't a buffer there, but adjacent to the Highline Canal, they are providing that 50-foot landscape buffer. And then again, we should protect the Highline Canal. And again, they're providing the buffer with evergreen trees to create a nice canopy adjacent to the Highline Canal. So staff's recommending approval of the rezoning for the reasons that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. It conforms to the Plan Development District requirements. And then on September 22nd, we presented to the Planning Board, who recommended approval of the rezoning as well. So with that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions from council? Seeing none, we will move to the public hearing component of this. Again, this is for ordinance 35-2014. We have no one signed up on the roster. I see no one approaching. I will close the public meeting at 7:02 for public hearing on this. Council discussion or, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Oh,
and
okay.
I didn't know if I was going to come up in the public hearing, but if you would give me just a couple of moments to make a quick introduction, I'd appreciate it.
We have that.
Mr. Penny said I had about an hour. I thought I'd just maybe take...
And you might need an escort this evening if that's the case.
First of all, I do want to thank...
A lawyer's hour.
A lawyer's hour.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. But I'll bill for the hour. I want to begin, actually, by thanking your staff. Between Michael and Glenn and Jan, they have really been terrific to work with. As all of you know, because you've received letters at your homes, this hasn't been an easy process. It's been an interesting process, best laid plans. But I did want to spend just a minute reminding you, as if you need to be reminded, of some of the history of the Champs and their family in this community. You know, the Champ family has been in business for over 70 years consecutively. And as you probably know, they moved to Littleton in the mid-1980s. And being in Littleton is important to the family. And I could read some aspects of the history. I won't, again, bore you with those details tonight. But, you know, it's not often in your roles you get to see a company build and grow as thoughtfully and consciously as this particular family's company has grown. And what's also rewarding, I'm sure, as a parent, I haven't gotten to the point where my kids have left the house, but as a parent, it has to be rewarding that your son, Aaron, who is here, is now beginning to take over more and more of the management and daily operations of the entire family business. So that's part of the introduction of our team. Aaron Wallace is here, Jim Biner, who is the ambassador for Champ. Jamie Overgaard is here as our civil engineer, and Brad Lozo as the family's attorney. As you've already seen, we meet the criteria within the city's ordinances for this particular use. We certainly have a hope and expectation after 70-plus years in the business that we are going to continue to grow and use that site in a way that's different than what our immediate need is. But we do have an immediate need with the development of the Honda and Mini dealerships. And so again, we're available for any questions should you have them, and appreciate your giving me a few moments tonight.
Okay. Council, any questions of the applicant? And my only full disclosure is that I was a Schomp Automotive owner up until last year, so I don't have a Honda right now. But
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the public hearing was open. The public hearing is now closed at 7:05. Council looking for discussion or a motion?
I move that the ordinance approving the rezone of property known as Plum Valley Subdivision, Lot 7 through 16, from PDX to PDC, Plan Development Commercial, and the Plum Valley Subdivision, Lot 7 through 16, General Planned Development Plan be approved upon second reading.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second, Council. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Council ready to vote? And again, this is in favor of the moving from PDX to the PDC, Plan Development Commercial.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Council. Now we move on to Ordinance 39-2014. This is an ordinance on second reading authorizing conveyance by quitclaim deed the city's interest in a permanent roadway for permanent roadway purposes and utility easement to the private property owner. Director Blaston.
In an effort to be brief and to your point, do you have any questions?
Okay, Council seeing none. I will now open the public hearing on Ordinance 39-2014 at 7:07 p.m. Is there any names on the roster? Only had 7A. I have 7A, 7A, and 7A. Okay. There are no names on the roster. Seeing no one coming forward in the public hearing, I'll close the public hearing at 7:07 and 30 seconds. Council looking for a motion or discussion?
I have a motion. This is a motion to approve on second reading the ordinance authorizing conveyance by quitclaim deed by the city's interest in a roadway purposes and utility easement to the private property owner.
Second.
Okay, Council, we have a motion and a second. Vote in favor of this is to approve the easement moving to the private property owner, and this is located at Littleton Commons. Council ready to vote? Yeah, we see those votes there.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, Council. We now move to Ordinance 41-2014. This is an ordinance on second reading, amending Ordinance Number 28 Series of 2013, known as the Annual Appropriation Bill for all municipal purposes for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2014 and ending December 31, 2014. Director Farman.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This proposed ordinance would amend the 2014 budget and allow Littleton Fire Protection District and the city to jointly contract for an aerial ladder truck of $950,000. I do want to make one clarification on the staff analysis. The city has been negotiating with the vendor for a proposed 2% discount on the purchase price, which would be over $18,000. So the city would like that flexibility if a payment could be made, prepayment in December rather than waiting till next year, and that would allow the fire department to take possession of that truck earlier by about 12 months. If there are any questions, I can answer them at this point.
Council, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Point of clarification, so if we pay that $18,000, does that have to be in the motion? Giving that
No,
authority?
this just amends the budget, but I just want to make that clarification because
Oh,
in the
okay.
staff communication, it said payment would not be made until next year, but actually the contract could be, could include that prepayment for payment this year.
But we don't need that in the motion?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, council? Seeing none, we will open the public hearing at 7:10 p.m. Again, there are no names on the roster. Seeing no one coming forward, we will close the public hearing at 7:10 and 30 seconds. Council looking for a motion or discussion?
I'll move to approve on second reading the ordinance amending ordinance number 28 series of 2013, known as the annual appropriation bill for all municipal purposes for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2014 and December 31st, 2014.
Second.
Council, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. And again, this is for the appropriation.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. Council, we now have two resolutions before us. I'm going to ask the city attorney to just re-mention the procedure we're going to be following for this. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. The two matters that are up for public hearing tonight on the urban renewal plans, because of the similarities between them, it is appropriate if the council so chooses to conduct the public hearings at the same time so that you can open the public hearing on both items in order to avoid some of the confusion that we've had at a prior meeting. Speakers should be encouraged at the outset to share their comments about either or both of the plans as they see fit, and then the council, after concluding all the testimony, can close the public hearings on both items. You will need to make separate motions on each of the plans, however.
okay, so please note it will be separate motions. Later, though, we're combining the presentation as well as public comment.
I prefer not.
What'd you say?
I prefer to have them separate hearings.
So are you proposing that as an alternate?
Pardon? Well, I mean, pardon? So do you want a motion to that effect?
It would be a motion to separate the issues.
I move to separate the issues. I have no idea what people are going to say, but I think they're different issues. I mean, they're possibly different, so.
I'm the second.
Can you give us some idea how many folks there are?
Let's see. On one list, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 27, 28 on one list. And I don't know how many are duplicates. And I'm going to guess about 22 on the other.
And the other one is
So that's 40.
for B?
Yes. Now, on the separation of the issue, city attorney, do we take a vote on that?
I think if it's the council's initial direction to combine the public hearings and you have a motion and a second to separate them, you can do it either way, but your initial suggestion to do it together based upon the explanation I provided, if there was no objection, there would be no need for a motion to do it that way.
Okay.
You do have a motion and a second on the floor to separate it, so my suggestion is you take council comment, if any, is needed on the motion, and then vote on that motion.
Okay. Councilmember Cole, you want to be first to comment?
Well, I do see them as having potentially separate views, and it would be easier for anybody looking at this meeting on the television or otherwise later to separate out these issues rather than having to separate them out themselves and make notes. So,
okay. Additional comments?
I might be able to solve that problem. Perhaps we could ask that people who are coming up for one issue or the other, hypothetically, let's just say Columbine Square, to come first, and then they would be separated. My concern is that council now has a policy of conducting our meetings until 10 or 10:30, and I would suspect that if each person that signed up on both lists came up and commented both times, then there would be a lot of people here till quite late in the evening, and then we would likely not finish. So I think that the city attorney's suggestion is probably in the best interest of all the people assembled here today.
And just a quick look, there's at least 10 names that are duplicated on both lists for information. Jerry?
Yeah, I would like to see them separated. I think they are two individual arguments for each item. I do want to hear from the individuals, from citizens, on each item individually. I don't want to be mixing the two. As far as the 10 o'clock thing, I can stay here all night. It's not a policy. I think it's just a matter of courtesy we were doing. But this is a big issue, and if it goes into the wee hours, it goes into the wee hours. So I have no issue with that. This is two important items. I prefer to keep them separate so it can be clear as to what we are talking about and what the citizens are talking about. Okay.
Any additional discussion? Okay. Council, a vote of yes is to separate the issues. A vote of no would be to combine them as was originally stated with the agenda earlier. So.
The vote is 5 in favor, with Councilmember Brinkman and Stein voting no. The motion carries.
So we will take them up separately. So the first is Resolution 136-2014. It's a resolution approving a new urban renewal plan known as Columbine Square Urban Renewal Plan. And do we start with Director Reese?
Mayor, I'll actually, if I may just make some opening comments in contrary to the motion you guys just passed, to speak in general. So I want to lay a little bit of groundwork, and you've heard a little bit of the comments made during the public comment, but one of council's goals is to assure a financially sound city government, and that was adopted by a previous council and then continued with the current seated council. As part of that process over the last 3 years, we went through economic development conversations with the council, and the council ultimately approved an economic development plan, which was basically, for a simplistic way of stating it, was a laundry list of items of which pretty well matched what is allowed under state statute and Colorado Constitution and our own local laws about what we can do as a local municipality related to economic development. And you have implemented a lot of those policies under that, and during that time under that plan, the grant opportunities that we have, we've modified our economic development department, we've done sales tax sharebacks, there are times when we have waived some fees, we have gone out and been much more proactive at the council's direction in terms of how we have recruited and retained business in this community. Urban renewal is one of those tools that is both within that plan, but also allowed under state statute. And so what we embarked on, I don't know when it was now, maybe a year ago, was really starting to look at what and where could urban renewal be used and valid in the city of Littleton. And so we drew fairly large map areas around our commercial areas, which is where you would expect to see those, and proceeded on what are called condition surveys. The result of that is, part of that result is what you are going to see this evening before you in these two resolutions and these public hearings that you're going to be participating in. Want to be clear that what you are approving tonight is those area plans. We have no projects at this point, and I think that is a fairly key distinction to keep in mind. What we're doing is we're basically laying out the land area by which developers or business owners can come in and talk to the city about a specific project plan. During these conversations, as councils were well aware, you passed two resolutions. The first one says that you will not use condemnation in any of the urban renewal areas as we move forward. And then the second was that all of our taxing partners in this community in Arapahoe County that touch the city of Littleton and those private properties, all of those folks would have a seat at the table, and ultimately the way the resolution was crafted, when a project comes in, any one of those essentially has veto power if we cannot reach an agreement on how that cost sharing occurs through the increment, the tax increment financing, and the relative percentage of what the entity gets to keep for the impacts that they're going to have versus what goes through ultimately the bonding. As I've said in other meetings, we would expect that most of the bonding and the time that you would actually use urban renewal and tax increment finance is going to be in a larger project scheme. It doesn't have to be, but in most of the examples we've been giving over the last several months, the benefit is to bond, where the developer does not have to pay up front, but you can sell those bonds and then the bonds are paid back through the TIF. I have used TIF and sales tax shareback somewhat interchangeably. They are, from a methodology standpoint, the same. They are different in the sense that one operates under an urban renewal authority and within those boundaries, and the sales tax shareback operates solely within the purview of the City Council through ordinance. And so I think it's important to realize that in all of these, what we have are a negotiation that occurs between the developer and the city in one sense or another, either through LIFT or through the City Council, in order to address the gap in the financing for it, or in the decision for that business or entity to go somewhere else, relocate, or to relocate here. And one of the, I think, concerns that's been out there, and a couple of you have raised it, is in any of those circumstances where there is a tax increment financing, sales tax or property tax obviously will be part of that. The City Council retains its full authority in those two circumstances and will be signing off and blessing all of that. So the Urban Renewal Authority, LIFT, cannot take that action in and of themselves. And so I'm jumping around a little bit, but I think it's important to know that the plan tonight is to allow conversations to occur about specific projects. When we get to those specific projects, the City Council will continually be involved because the increment has the city's tax base within it, and it will require the City Council to approve either the sales or the property tax percentage share in any of that. And we don't have any details about anything right now because there are no projects. As we've said many times, Councilmember Stallman has said it on several council updates, that until we get a project, there's no way to know what is the capital public infrastructure cost, what is the relative revenue, where is that revenue coming from, what level of bonding do you need, can you do a short-term bond, do you need the full 25-year bond. Until we actually get that project, we will not know what that is, which is part of why you guys will all be involved in that process. And so this is, we're no longer on step one, we're probably on step two, but we have many more steps to go before anything happens. So thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to lay the groundwork for that. And Executive Director Jim Reese from LIFT is now up.
Okay. Director Reese.
Good evening, members of council. Jim Reese, Executive Director of LIFT. With me tonight is Ann Ricker with Ricker Cunningham, and she will be doing probably the bulk of this presentation, although considering the number of people you have signed up to speak, we will try to keep it quick. So you aren't here all night. I do have a couple things to hand out here initially, and a couple corrections to make. So let me... So what I'm providing you with right now are two things. One is the, okay, that's not my slide. One is the list of all of the public participation meetings and individual meetings with government agencies and that type of things that we have conducted since, I think it was like February, when we actually started this process. And if you look at that list, there are 75 individual meetings, public meetings, that type of thing. So I would say this is a very transparent process that we've gone through and solicited a lot of public comment. The other item that I passed out there is a map that's to try to clarify a little bit what the legal description says. The map in yellow, of course, shows all of the parcels that are considered to be within the urban renewal area, the Santa Fe urban renewal area. And they're broken into different sections. You'll see numbers like 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 3-1. Those refer to the way the legal description was put together in your packet. We need to point out, though, in the first TIF area, or it's called in your packet, I think TIF Area 1, does in fact include the mineral station site, the RTD land that is north of Mineral Avenue. There is a line in, I believe it's in 6.12 of the plan that actually says that the land is south of Mineral Avenue, and that's incorrect. So I just wanted to pass out the map. The legal description is based on that map.
Mr. Reese, just to be clear, I know we talked ahead of time that the council might combine the two public hearings, but this public hearing is only on based on the council's motion, the Columbine. So I would save your comments about the Santa Fe plan to the second public hearing.
Okay, and it's going to be kind of difficult to do this presentation separately like that. My comments are kind of a general nature as well.
Mayor?
Hold on a second, Jim.
Is it possible to combine the presentations but separate the public comment? I believe that was the intent. Peggy,
That's
was
fine.
that your
That's
intent?
fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I thought.
If that's
your intent
council's
was
direction,
Yeah, we can do that.
I thought we were separating the two, period.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it makes no
That's-
sense to combine this.
That's fine then.
Okay, so we're dealing with the Columbine Square resolution.
That's tough.
Okay, well, I'm going to turn it over to Ann, she can present the two plans, and she can do that individually. I just want to make a couple of general comments before I do turn that over to her, because both of the plans really went through the process at the same time. So, I mean, I can go through the outline twice, or I can just kind of tell you exactly how we handled them.
It's been asked for to go through twice, Jim.
Sorry?
Go through it twice.
Go through it twice? Seriously?
It's how we voted.
Okay. Okay, so if we're talking about the Columbine Square, we are here tonight to talk about provide you with the documentation to show you that the areas do qualify under the conditions in the state statute to be qualified as an urban renewal area, and that requires that we find conditions of blight. And there, of course, are 11 factors that are in the state statute, and we need to find 4 of those. And when she goes through the plans, we'll show that we have more than exceeded that number. And then also, importantly enough, I know you have a rather long resolution, but the other important thing to find is that the urban renewal plan does address those conditions of blight, and that is a variable outline for making those improvements and improving the areas. So that's kind of our goal tonight, and I have to say for both areas. So as far as the process, in April, we started the field investigation work, which requires going out and documenting those conditions for the condition study, and that took from April through May. There were public presentations after the plans were drawn up, after the boundaries were shown, and then the LIFT board made a recommendation on the boundaries on the 16th of June. After the boundaries were defined, and you will make the final determination on that tonight. We have a couple of requests to have a few parcels removed, but those are, again, in the Santa Fe area. Anyhow, after the boundaries are defined, there were public open houses conducted on the 11th of August, and LIFT made their final recommendation on the plan on the 18th of August. Planning Board has reviewed the plan to find that it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan, and those occurred on actually we had 2 meetings. Actually, the 25th was a hearing, and then it was continued over to the 11th of September, and that was the final recommendation at that time. We have furnished the Arapahoe County Commissioners with the impact report 30 days prior to the council hearing, and they've had a chance to read that and review it and make comment upon that. Other taxing entities were also approached throughout the process, and we've actually had a discussion regarding the inclusion of agricultural land. Again, that'll be Santa Fe, so I can talk about that later. But the resolutions that the boards passed pertain to all 4 of the areas that we're actually going to consider at some point. So I'm not sure I can separate what Littleton Public Schools did and what South Suburban did, because they pertain to all 4 of the potential areas. And then finally, we're here tonight for this council presentation on both urban renewal plans. With that, I'd kind of like to have Ann come up, give her presentation, and then I'd like to return to talk about a couple of issues, particularly the agricultural land inclusion issue, which we've had a lot of discussions about, and I want to explain what has happened with that. And also, there have been a couple requests recently for a couple of parcels to be removed, again, from the Santa Fe area. So, Ann?
Mayor and Council, I too had combined my presentation, so I think what I'll do is I'll end up having to skip over a few things and I'll just repeat several things. So let's see, when I met with all of you, I think it was early this year, we went through, and I just wanted to include this in the PowerPoint, we went through the process that would be followed, and everything after the red dotted line is really the process that we followed for conducting the condition survey, preparing the urban renewal plan, and the impact report. So for the record, we've just repeated and included that here. We've also summarized it in a slide that will follow, but what we wanted to lead with, and Jim mentioned it, you all have a hard copy of that. We did bring extra copies. You know, for the record, we've done the vast majority of the urban renewal work in the state of Colorado. I've been doing this about 27 years, and I think it warrants mentioning that I've never been involved in a public outreach process of this magnitude before. All, of course, have complied with the statute, and many, many, many have exceeded it. But to have a special phone line set up, to have direct access to myself and Jim and other staff for people that have questions, to post information at the same time that the board members are getting it, and that the board specifically requested that information be presented to the public prior to them so we could share those comments, has never happened before. I just want to make sure you know that. So just for the public, because we didn't know how many people would be here in terms of copies, this is a summary of everything you've received. And just for the record, I think it's, my glasses aren't working, but I think it's about 1,900, almost 1,900 responses to either attendees or phone calls, but that's the collective number of people that have requested information, and it's been provided to them. This slide and the next one, and I'll just highlight 2 things on it. Anybody who participated in the process, and many of the people in the room did, I often refer to the 3-legged stool. There's 3 documents that have to come forward to you all in the public hearing for consideration. The first one, and it's outlined there, is the condition survey. The term blight study can be used interchangeably. Not as many people use that term anymore, but they mean exactly the same thing. But that's the first leg of the stool. The second one is the preparation of the urban renewal plan. And then the third one is the impact analyses. And as Jim mentioned earlier, by statute, you're only required to prepare and present an impact report to the county, even though there's usually are other taxing entities, and then notify the school district if there is any known residential that's going to be within the area. And so you all know, the LIFT board instructed us to prepare an impact report for every single taxing entity within both areas, and that they have now been going out and meeting with those entities and sharing that information with them. Again, far exceeds what's required or even practiced. And then just to make the distinction there in terms of what's underlined with regard to the conditions survey, one resolution is an acceptance of those findings, not an adoption. There's been some terms that are being used interchangeably, but then consideration of adoption of the plan. So two separate things. You don't really do anything with the impact report. You just know we have to just check that box. I wanted to put this slide in here before I covered a couple elements, and it could have been up when Michael was speaking to you. We were asked a number of times, who decided on these areas? And, my response is, you did. If you read the urban renewal statute, it says, number one, first and foremost, that the plan must lay out a strategy for curing conditions of blight that are identified in the survey. And number two, it must be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and advanced, so essentially the implementation arm of that plan. You adopted the citywide plan in January of 2014. We took that as our lead as we came into this process, and so when we initially sat down with staff, Public Works, Planning, City Management, just lots of department heads, the first thing was, let's pull out the comprehensive plan in honor of what the statute requires and say what were the priorities, what was identified. And urban renewal, as Mr. Penny said, was identified. There's several references to it in both the citywide plan and the City of Littleton economic plan that was adopted in 2013. But here you can see identified both the commercial corridors and the activity areas. And again, throughout those documents, there's talk of implementing those tools, being a proactive partner, bringing financial resources, of which one that should be considered is urban renewal. So again, the answer is who defined them? You all did. The 11 factors that are cited in the statute, this is very important. We won't sit and read them, but one thing I often say on this slide, and this might come up in the other hearing, which we can't talk about, but for land that doesn't have an improvement on it, many times the question will come up, how do you find, quote, blight on vacant land? And I often tell people to read the 11 qualifying factors because there's really only, I think, 3 that even mention an improvement, yet all of them have a significant impact on a property's ability to be developed or redeveloped. If a parcel's too small, but because of zoning you need to accommodate parking, or the shape is irregular so that you can't accommodate the use and still meet the regulatory requirements, it's not going to be redeveloped or developed. Topography, environmental contamination. So the statute recognizes that there are challenges to development and redevelopment in these designated areas that have nothing to do with whether there's an improvement on the site, but it acknowledges that as well. You're going to see, I wanted to put this here before I showed you the maps. We completed the condition surveys and brought those to both the public and to the LIFT board. And what we told them was when the process was started, and what we were told was, we took those fairly large areas, the commercial areas, and then Columbine Square being one of your activity areas. And what our instructions were to the senior management that was considering this was, if we're out in the field and we're looking at these properties and we're surveying physical conditions, This information and our experience has been incredibly valuable for cities and city departments in other ways. And specifically, Public Works said that they were just initiating a street study citywide. And I said, well, gosh, I'm going to be out there. I'll take special notes, and perhaps that'll save some money on that end, or time, or whatever it is. And so the instruction was, everybody will have to be noticed in terms of a property owner within those areas, so keep that in mind. But if we can be efficient and get you more information, bang for the buck, I'm willing to do that. And so we drew, or they were drawn that way, but it was always understood that when you get to the plan phase, where you look at what you've learned from the survey, you can keep the area the same, or you can make it smaller. And so what you're going to see on these maps is both the parcels that were all surveyed, as well as how those areas were reduced and made smaller based on a variety of factors. Now, this was criteria that the LIFT board gave us after they received the condition survey results and said, okay, this is good, thank you. Now we want to refine based on these criteria. So we just wanted to make sure we put those up. And it's, single family homes that accidentally got put in, not homes that might be rented or not compliant with zoning or something, but really a single-family structure where it was somebody's primary residence was the instructions. Also, they instructed us that the Littleton Housing Authority parcels, kind of in the same spirit, be pulled out, although in discussions with them later, they asked to be put back in. Churches, religious organizations, and then, I can't talk about that one, but on Columbine Square, then the Home Depot parcel, as you'll see in some related parcels. So let's skip that. Okay, so for Columbine Square, you can see that the tan parcels, those are the ones that were eliminated, but everything tan and yellow combined was surveyed. And you can see in the bottom box how we went from 48 acres to about 36 acres and 22 parcels to 19 by eliminating those parcels. And the thinking there was when the area was originally defined for the survey, they were really looking at the public infrastructure along Bellevue and how it impacted the parcels that were most directly adjacent to it. And forgetting that, everybody acknowledged that the Home Depot was a fairly new building and looks nice and all that. But then also there were some vacant parcels as you head further south towards Progress Avenue. When the information came back, they said, okay, let's just really stick to the spirit of the comp plan, which was, the Columbine Square Shopping Center being an activity area. And then as you go further down to Lowell Boulevard, there was, the center that's there absolutely is occupied, but there are a number of public infrastructure deficiencies, from sidewalks to curb cuts to, a number of them, which I can cite if you're interested. But again, really that focus was on the public infrastructure and the fairly newly vacant Columbine Square, and then the public rights-of-way that go down Federal Boulevard as well. As you can see, and Mr. Reese mentioned, the threshold is 4 factors of blight. In this area, 10 of the 11 were found, so you absolutely exceeded the statutory threshold. And one thing that we like to bring back to the LIFT board, and of course yourselves at the hearing, is, well, where were those concentrations? And so it's color-coded here, so if you use the lighter green as anything light green, yellow, orange, or red, being higher, those have more, but they had to have at least, we had to find in the area at least the light green. And you can see, taken as a whole area, that it more than exceeds. Now, this is a question that's come up, and I'll just repeat it again. People have asked, well, how did you find my property blighted? That's a direct quote. And also, how many conditions don't they have to be present on every parcel? And so I want to make sure I state this again, that in the statute, what it says is you need to find that 4 threshold 4 factors somewhere within the boundary. You can have instances where a parcel has no factors and others where a single parcel has 11. But what the statute says is they have to be present somewhere in the area. Therefore, nobody finds a parcel blighted. This is not a blight designation on specific parcels. It's taking the area as a whole and saying, are those factors present and therefore impacting properties within this area? And again, the statutory factors, you know, I've said the 4. There are instances, I've worked on many, where you can have, you know, 100 parcels, but all the property and business owners say, we want this financial mechanism. They go to their urban renewal authority and request it, and the statute says that's called a voluntary district, and in that instance, you only have to find 1, okay? In terms of, and this will be a slide that I'll repeat in the context of the next hearing, but the purpose of the urban renewal plan, and I stated it earlier because it comes straight out of the statute. We don't get to deviate from this, nor would we want to. But it says that the purpose of the plan has to be to reduce, eliminate, and prevent the spread of blight and to stimulate growth and investment within the area boundaries. And then you can see in the second sentence, to accomplish this purpose, we're essentially promoting local objectives, but all as expressed in the city's most recently adopted comprehensive plan, okay, which is the citywide plan. The objective of the plan is very similar to the purpose, to alleviate conditions of blight by actively promoting investment and reinvestment within its commercial corridors and aged and aging community retail centers. Now, that part is unique to this area. That part is unique to the urban renewal plans in the city of Littleton because you have specifically stated that in your comprehensive plan. In terms of conformity of the plan, what we did with the planning board was we went through verbatim every single reference that was going to, these plans would advance. And so it was many pages. I've already told you, and I'll just reiterate again, that there were numerous references to urban renewal as as a possible financing mechanism to advance the plan. It's referenced in both documents, and so I'm telling you that, and you saw those references in both of the plans. I wanted to highlight 2 things here. Under the statute, there are a number of what's called, quote, powers, okay, that are afforded to the urban renewal and urban renewal authority. Your urban renewal authority, LIFT, chose to retain some of those powers and confer others to you all. And so I wanted to make sure we made that distinction. So relocation assistance, this is in the statute, and what this says is that if some private entity comes in and purchases property, and because of redevelopment, and this all assumes arm's length transaction, that there is a business that needs to be relocated even temporarily, the statute requires that private entity to finance that relocation, temporary or permanent, and urban renewal dollars can be used to assist with that. You know, environmental remediation, property acquisition, this again, we're saying arm's length, go out, negotiate like anybody else. Install public improvements, that's kind of the most obvious use for urban renewal. Elimination of unsanitary, unsafe conditions, those terms come from the statute, and they relate to things like helping property owners bring their buildings up to code, putting in sprinkler systems, things like that. Preventing the spread of deterioration, and this just speaks to that global requirement, and then entering into redevelopment, development and cooperation agreements, and this is both with property owners in the area as well as the other taxing entities. And as many of you know, because these conversations have been going on, in that spirit, they're already pursuing these revenue sharing agreements, you know, X amount of TIF, or let's make sure you get this. And, you know, if it ever goes this far this evening, we can share many, many examples of how urban renewal authorities have, you know, financed the fire engine. I thought that was kind of funny. Or computers for schools, or fiber networks. I mean, all of those things are eligible expenses, and there are tens and hundreds of examples around the state of instances where authorities have entered into those agreements. And then the other thing is that we were asked to state in the plans that while the statute allows for a 25-year tax increment financing term not to exceed, we put in a stipulation that if at all possible, less than that amount of time too. Now, in terms of the powers they've conferred, they put in the plans that property tax, and the statute requires that it's kind of all or nothing in terms of property tax, but it's up to you in terms of sales tax. And what they've said is that property tax would be in, of course, but that sales tax would continue to flow to the city as in any area of the city, but on a case-by-case basis. If there's a project, the LIFT board, if they feel that they need those resources, would come to you all, and only with your authorization, and only after they had presented you with a plan, a financial plan that showed the need for additional dollars, sales tax dollars, you would have the final word on whether they could use that or not. That's not required under the statute, but that's how they've written it. They wanted the utmost in I guess, conservatism. Eminent domain, you've addressed that with your resolution, but in the plan, it just says that they're not going to deal with eminent domain. That's your purview. So they've just kind of washed their hands of that. And then also, while some urban renewal plans will have, they'll weigh in on specific projects in terms of design standards, density, and things like that to accompany zoning, which is handled by other city departments. They've made the statement very clearly in multiple locations throughout the plan that anything to do with policies, regulations, standards, that any project in an urban renewal area will follow the same process as any project anywhere else in the city. Okay, so they've handed that off. And then also commencement of the TIF in both areas in their entirety. They've taken the position that, you know, until there's a project, then they would come back and it would be a major amendment of the plan, with the exception of the one area in the other area, which we'll talk about later. And then in terms of Columbine, what we did was just summarize for you, because I think this often gets left off the table. If you look at the second column, and these are the taxing entities within the Columbine Square area, that's the annual revenue to those entities today. And because there's not a real project there, to prepare the impact report, we have to rely on, market knowledge. It's not based on a specific project, but it's like, what do we think as real estate economists, market analysts, what do we think could happen? And so you go to the last column, and in the last year, assuming it goes 25 years, that 26th year, that's what those entities, because after that 25 years is finished, all the revenue flows through to those taxing entities, resulting from new investment within the area. So it's an important number. And then also another thing that often gets lost is in terms of the county, you cannot collect the county's sales tax. So it's only the property tax. So any net new sales tax in any urban renewal area attached to county mills flows straight through the county, doesn't go anywhere near the urban renewal authority. So it's very rare that when you have retail in an urban renewal area, that a county isn't net positive in terms of sales over property tax.
Before you leave that one, Ann, could I just
yes.
make sure that I have one question? You talked about all or nothing on the property tax. My recollection from your earlier presentations is that that is the incremental, but to maybe accomplish what might be needed for financing the public infrastructure improvements could be less than 100%. So it's something where a portion of that incremental part could go to the taxing entity because not all of it is needed to finance the public improvement.
Absolutely. Yes, and thank you for saying that. You know, this is complicated stuff, and I think that's super important. So in terms of the increment and the tax increment and what's collected, that's one thing. In terms of what portion of that could get shared with other taxing entities, that's up to the LIFT board and you all to say, you know, these guys, no, we'll just give theirs back, or we'll give some portion of theirs back, or we'll come up with a great plan and they'll agree to commit 1 mil and we'll do, you know, so you can do fabulous things that way. And then another beyond what you've just asked is, if you're in the area and you want to do a project and you can prove that financial gap, that critically important threshold, you know, I think there's a lot of people that think just because I'm in an urban renewal area, all of a sudden everybody's got access to this. Well, no, they have to still prove that there is a legitimate economic gap, but even then, the authority doesn't have to give those requests 100% of what they generate either. I mean, it should be just the amount they need so that the revenues can be used for public benefit of everyone, property owners in the area, and really for the community at large, because of, you know, that huge emphasis on using incremental dollars for public infrastructure and public improvements. So yeah, there's, you know, just because it's collected doesn't mean it can't then go out. Absolutely. And then we don't have to touch these, but these, there's several slides, about 5 or 6 slides here of questions that came up recently in a public forum. And for any of you who visited the LIFT website, you know that we've got the frequently asked questions, and we continue to add to those with every question that was asked throughout the process. But these are some of the frequent and most recent questions, and we've just listed them here along with an answer in case you want us to have this up on the screen or address something that might come up from the public. And that's it on this. So I'll probably go back to, I'm just going to set it back at the beginning.
Well, I'm going to ask council if they have any questions first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Council, questions for Ann or Jim or Michael? Bruce.
Sure.
Councilmember Stallman.
Yeah, which Bruce?
Do you want me to sit down?
Oh, no, you can, you're fine there. I might invite.
Who's ever going to respond needs to be close to
and
the
it'll
mic.
probably be partly you. Maybe I might ask Corey a question. Let me start with the Columbine plan objective. It says the objective of the plan is to alleviate conditions of blight by actively promoting investment and reinvestment within its commercial corridors to make financial resources available to assist partners, private, public, nonprofit, and others, with addressing those conditions of blight identified herein, especially those that render projects within the boundaries infeasible. Talk about that a little bit. I think you were touching on that a bit there at the end, but how could a project be infeasible for want of public infrastructure or conditions that have to be alleviated?
Okay. Yeah, and I'm super glad to get asked that question because, you know, as a real estate economist, many times, you know, we can be on either side or the other, on the authority side or on the applicant side. But at the end of the day, of course, it goes to the board for consideration. But having worked on many, many, many development projects, and because our specialty is infill, the challenges arise because of the aged infrastructure, the you know, the sidewalks aren't wide enough so that they're not meeting ADA requirements. You know, one example, this is a very simple example, but we gave it throughout the process. In one community we were in, there was a young couple, they bought an older building, a historic building, and by the way, historic preservation loves urban renewal because it can literally be the difference between being able to keep that building and retrofit it versus tear it down and start new because you've got that gap financing. And this young couple had a restaurant in the building, and they literally just wanted to put an outdoor patio on, right? but they bought this old building, and when they bought it, it wasn't up to code, but that was okay. They were grandfathered in. But like any city, you have a threshold. You all have that here too. I've talked to your public works guy, that based on a certain square footage or dollar amount that's spent, then you have to bring the building up to code. So it's a trigger, and which you kind of want, I mean, those things make sense. But what happened was they could go to the bank and get a loan to do their outdoor patio area, additional seating. It was consistent with their downtown plan, additional revenue to the city and all of that. But that trigger of having to bring the building up to code was like a $75,000 hit, and there was no way that they were going to make enough new revenue from the patio area to take out a loan to do the patio area plus, $75,000 in improvements to the building. But what happens in those instances then are the people just do nothing because they can't afford to. So it was completely infeasible because they had this gap, this 20% gap, just associated with bringing the building up to code. And so in that instance, the Urban Renewal Authority stepped in and said, we can pay for sprinklers. They're talked about in the conditions survey. We can pay for those items with the increment and that you're going to be generating in the area. And so it made that project possible. And so what happens 99.9% of the time is in a downtown, in an infill, in a commercial corridor, the physical challenges have such a high dollar value on them that the revenue they generate is often not enough. That's not always true. Some projects can, and some uses can, but it gets incredibly challenging because everything that the statute acknowledges, those are additional costs that somebody who goes out to the fringe of a community and buys greenfield, a greenfield property, they don't have to deal with any of those. And so the idea of urban renewal is all those expenses that you see on a pro forma for an infill project that you don't see on a greenfield site, those are the items that need to be carefully considered by the Urban Renewal Authority. And even then the statute says you can only fund items of public benefit. So in Denver, over the last couple of decades since you've seen the renaissance in Denver, many of the urban renewal projects there were used to fund parking structures. Because obviously in a downtown area, you don't want, just all surface parking because of the value of the land and all of that. But, if you look at a pro forma for a project, the average surface parking space costs $2,500 per space, and that includes your general circulation and landscaping. Your average structured parking above ground is $25,000 per space. And to ask somebody to do that, many projects, most can't afford that kind of a hit. So there's just, it's a unique development environment and redevelopment environment. And if communities want to encourage infill instead of sprawl and extending utilities, and if they want to encourage historic, preservation, and some people consider that greater fiscal prudence, then this is a tool that can make that possible.
So I want to be real clear here. What you're sort of describing with the sprinkler systems and getting older buildings up to code and so forth and so on, would you say in your experience that more often than not you've seen urban renewal projects used for these types of smaller property owners as opposed to the large developers coming in and making, mega projects and then having urban renewal do that,
and I think, and I'm glad you asked that too, because I think the ones we all know about are Stapleton and Belmar, downtown Denver and all of that. But there's 121 urban renewal planning areas around the state of Colorado, 121. Well, I just listed 3 that are the most obvious ones that people know. Well, that means, 118 are of varying sizes, from Lamar to Steamboat Springs to, whatever. And many of them are these small projects, for the benefit of small property owners, small businesses. There are the big ones, absolutely, but there are, I'm talking 50, 60, 70, 80, of these little ones too, that are absolutely just as common. So, yeah.
Okay, great. And I don't know well, I'll come back to that, but I remember during the LIFT board meetings, and I wondered if you could talk about this as well, when you guys did the condition survey, there's been a lot of conversation in various venues about blight. And it struck me that when you guys went through the detailed conditions survey, you had a lot of substantive information behind the general finding of a blight condition. Can you talk about, in the Columbine case, some of the, and you might have talked about it a little bit, but I mean the lighting. I remember if that was one of the major categories or a subcategory. But there's various attributes of that area that allow you to come in and say, yeah, it appears that this particular statutory blight condition exists. But what are some of the more particular items?
Well, another one, and actually I think I even remember the number on Broadway in particular, but what we're trying to do is not just say, this is Ann's opinion, and some people say, oh, it's so subjective, and I say, no, actually it's objective, because after 27 years and, many, many, many plans, what I state at the beginning, and I said it to the group at the first initial information meetings, was I'll always consider the context of the property. I'm not going to, if there's property that's on the edge of a community versus a downtown, those are two different geographies. They have a different context, but I will take that context and I will apply the standards consistently from Littleton to Loveland. Okay, so first the context and then consistency, and that's what I have to offer. So one of the numbers that I remembered, and it happened to be on Broadway, was when we're trying to say is, okay, I see that the sidewalks are too small, they're not ADA. In fact, oh gee, the day I was out there, I saw somebody in a wheelchair who's literally riding in the parking lot because there's not a distinction between the sidewalk and the parking lot, and oh, there's limited curb and gutter, so cars are coming in, and maybe the parking spaces, whatever it is, but you start to see these conflicts between pedestrians and vehicles and all of that. Well, then we try and back it up to say, okay, it looks bad right there, and we can talk about that, but what does the police department have to say? So do we have a heightened number, a disproportionate number of traffic incidents in that area where there's car pedestrian conflicts? In terms of the fire issue, we went straight to the fire department and said, just give us a list of all your unsprinklered buildings. Well, there's a reason that they were able to do that. They gave us the addresses for all those unsprinklered buildings. Now, are those people okay? Yes, they're grandfathered in, absolutely. It's not that they're violating anything, and that's the wrong attitude, is to say, oh, they're pointing them out. No, only should they desire to improve that property, then we've identified that. We know the fire department knows about it, and they can say, yeah, they're going to end up having to bring this up to code if they do that. We've got it identified. Lift board, can you come in and assist so that we haven't left them with a financially infeasible project? We can encourage redevelopment and that instead of discouraging it. So always trying to look for that. We have heat maps in there that show concentrations of crime, concentrations of resources going to high ambulance calls and things like that. And that's not an indictment, that's a reality. But if you're living in this ward, and this section of this ward is taking 24% of the budget for these kinds of resources, disproportionate, then you could balance that out by trying to raise all ships. That's the goal. And so, I mean, it means that many fewer dollars are going to this ward where they have fewer conditions to deal with, and this area is taking a bunch of it. And oh, by the way, because of that impact, those property values aren't going up, so that's less revenue to the city. So this is a goal of just balancing things out so that kind of everybody benefits equally.
Okay, good. we've also, you've talked a lot about it, it's in the statutes. There's been a lot of discussion about condemnation, and you identified that council had passed a resolution to essentially not do condemnation, I think absent a request on somebody's part. But my understanding was that the statutes were changed a number of years ago to make it substantially more difficult for anybody to have their property condemned. And I wondered if you could maybe spend a couple minutes talking about what the law today is like relative to maybe what it was, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, and, I thought about this on the way over. I want to give an analogy, and hopefully it'll be taken in the spirit that I'm saying it, but, people can be opposed to something and fight it, and if they can't win that fight, then they essentially gut it, right? So that it becomes an ineffective tool, right? So, there's people here tonight that are concerned about urban renewal. Well, their ballot issue doesn't do away with urban renewal, it guts it. So, it's the exact same analogy. So, when the Supreme Court ruled years ago, and you've got attorneys here, but I'll just give it to you from an economist standpoint, they basically handed it back to the states and said, you all decide, right? And Colorado stepped up and essentially made it so impossible, implausible, infeasible, and that was the goal. It was to, if we can't take it out, we're going to gut it so that it's a tool that is virtually impossible to use. And I really encourage you, I don't know if Corey knows the number, at one time I knew the number of times that eminent domain in the context of urban renewal has even been used. There's all this mishmash, everybody gets confused because, cities and CDOTs and RTDs and all that, they have that power for public rights of way and, things like that. And they kind of mush those all together. But the issue is, can urban renewal authorities condemn property? Can they condemn your property because we don't like your use? We like this other guy who wants to use it in a way we like it. So we're going to condemn the property, and then we're just going to give it to him and let him do what we really want there. And the process is, it's literally infeasible by design, because after the Supreme Court. So, when people will come to you and say, well, I was condemned, what year were you condemned, and under what circumstances, and was it the city, or was it RTD, or was it the state, or, whatever the entity, there's been so much mixing that I think that's where a lot of the misinformation has been. I personally don't think it was that easy even before, was it 1994 or something like that, but it's significantly nearly impossible, pretty much impossible, unless you want to be in the courts for, 3 to 4 years fighting it while you've got this non-income producing asset.
Okay, thanks. And the last question I was going to ask was maybe to one of the city attorneys or to the Lyft attorney. But as Ms. Ricker indicated, if urban renewal is potentially utilizable for smaller projects, for small businesses and historic preservation and so forth and so on, is it your interpretation of the citizen initiative that all of those types of uses would have to go to a vote of the citizens?
Councilmember Stallman, I have not reviewed I don't have the language of the citizen initiative in front of me. I'll try to look at that while we're dealing with some other questions, but, that's a call that we're going to have to make later on down the road. I'll give you a preliminary thought once I look at the exact language, and my guess is that the other attorneys sitting here would probably give you a similar answer. Right now, we need to take a look at the language.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Valdez?
Nothing.
Other questions? Okay. We'll go to public hearing, and during the public hearing, I'm not going to address anyone that doesn't want to speak, but I will call a name. I will call a name on deck so that you'll have a chance to step up. You are limited to 4 minutes in your comments. And as we go through this, I may have some questions because there were some people that didn't fill out the form entirely. So first up is Mr. Paul Bingham, and on deck is Linda Knufinke.
Good evening, Council. Paul Bingham, 236 West Delaware Circle, Littleton, Colorado, 80120. I have a simple point to make in the midst of all this extreme complication. And Doug, I need the overhead projector, please. Some on the City Council have said that there will be no development in Littleton without urban renewal. I've got charts that will show that that is spurious. Spurious is a fancy word that means it ain't so. We have a lot of development going on in Littleton right now. It's called free enterprise. It doesn't have to do with smoke and mirrors and all this extreme complication. Littleton Village, 77 acres, great big development is going on right now. It's of the same magnitude as the streets of South Glen. That's a pretty big deal. 250,000 square feet of retail and up to 900 dwelling units. That's free enterprise, doesn't have any urban renewal involved in it. Second one is Breckenridge Brewery, another great big development. It's coming out of the ground. You can go down Santa Fe Drive and see that it's a great big development. We think it's going to be great. It's going to have a neat restaurant down by the river. Absolutely no urban renewal involved in it. King Soopers grocery store. This is a huge grocery store, but it's the entire shopping center there at Littleton Boulevard and South Broadway that's being rebuilt. That's a big deal. Free enterprise, no urban renewal. The service station at King Soopers, this is a separate project. It's being totally rebuilt, totally under free enterprise. McDonald's Audi dealership. Great big dealership, brand spanking new. McDonald's put that up on their own. Some more free enterprise. Littleton Commons East. This is down on County Line Road. It's a 385 dwelling unit project being done under free enterprise. They're just going hammer and tongs down there these days. McDonald's Mazda dealership. That's another thing that is just now being completed under free enterprise. The Meadows at Platte Valley. This is out at the intersection of Mineral and South Platte Canyon. It's 250 dwelling units plus some retail. It's going like gangbusters. There's a lot of it out of the ground right now. Again, no complication, free enterprise. They're just doing it. All of this is to say private enterprise is doing just fine in Littleton. I don't believe we need the complication of urban renewal. Arapahoe County agrees with this in both of their letters.
Thank you.
Please,
Linda.
Table or vote no on this so-called plan. You're welcome. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Knufinke, and I live between the Santa Fe Mid blighted area and the Santa Fe South blighted area. So I just wanted to talk today, as we're trying to get this up, about some of the challenges that we've had. One of the challenges I had is how do we figure out the properties that have been identified as blighted? The answer is you don't. The board did not know which properties they identified as blighted until I saw the actual legal descriptions on Friday afternoon, and then I was able to correlate some of the properties with the legal descriptions.
And on deck is Lou Sullivan.
So that was a challenge to only on Friday afternoon to see that. So, and also, how quickly should we approve urban renewal? Here, just go down. Oh. So, how quickly should urban renewal plans be approved for Broadway and Littleton Boulevard? Urban renewal plans, the board has actually approved what hasn't been written, so it shows you kind of what their mindset is, not being attentive to details. So the condition survey, copies of the condition surveys were not available, and I had to dig and dig and dig and dig to find a copy. It was deliberately withheld until a stink was made, as reflected in the board minutes. So were the condition surveys approved by LIFT? Did they need to be approved by LIFT to validate the factors of blight? So here's a little bit what the survey looks like. And here is every single parcel that has been identified for the Columbine survey area, and then the 11 factors of blight that Ann Rickard talked about. And so this shows the detail of the blight for every single property. So as Ms. Rickard said, too, LIFT excluded properties that are single-family owner-occupied, properties owned by the city, South Suburban, Colorado Water Conservation Board, open space parcels owned by a public entity, Littleton Housing Authority, churches and facilities owned by religious organizations, and properties that have been recently developed and remodeled, such as the car dealerships and Home Depot. And that is specific to the minutes of the LIFT meeting. So guess what? These guidelines were not consistently applied. For Columbine Square, it includes O'Toole's, which recently was remodeled, and other properties, and I'll show you more when we get to the Santa Fe Corridor UR plan. So what about the urban renewal plan? The maps have no numbers, no references to the properties, and this is what's in your plan. So how does anybody know what's included? Again, it's difficult to correlate the individual parcels with legal descriptions. And here is your Columbine Square urban renewal plan. So, you know, you have to figure out what properties those are. So what about the impact studies? Tonight was the very first time I saw the impacts on the City Council, South Suburban, Urban Drainage, Littleton Public Schools. So it's the first time we've seen those numbers. And also, one other point that I really need to make is we've got to clarify and validate the distinction between a plan area and project area as defined by legal descriptions. And I have a feeling that Mr. Reese is going to get into it with the Santa Fe area. But let me show you why. This is important in the Columbine Square area because LIFT, as the LIFT attorney said, the TIF clock can start on project areas that are not necessarily plan areas. So I think the attorneys have to clarify that. And, you know, is this legal? I don't know, but we need to look at that. So as an example, you can look here at Columbine Square 1-2. You have included in all the Chang properties, and then you have the O'Toole's property, you have the county property, and then you have the group Voyagers, which is the global travel. So you need to see if that's important or not. So in conclusion, definitely review the project areas and consider LIFT to make sure that they're transparent. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Lou? And on deck is Carol Breezak.
Lou Sullivan, District 1. And I'm going to be asking a lot of questions and don't expect answers tonight, although I've heard some possibilities. But you can but I do hope that you can honestly answer them yourself before making a final decision on this matter that will affect Littleton for decades, and if I could have the projector. One question, I've heard that insurance goes up on properties that have been blighted. Is that true? I've heard that if an owner wants to sell, the condition of blight must be disclosed, possibly causing the price to be lowered. Is that true? How and when is blight condition removed, and who has that authority? I know that you have to have 4 conditions of blight, but I think it's being abused. And I can demonstrate by, I think, from Columbine Square. None of the properties in that whole area had less than 4, 4 conditions. But Columbine Square has been a self-inflicted blight because the owner kicked out all of his tenants. Gas Express, 7 or more conditions. The Conoco, 7 or more conditions. Strip Mall, 7 or more. AutoZone, or the auto store, and the dance studios, there's 6 blights. Then you go over to Federal. There's 2 buildings that were luckily removed because of when Home Depot was removed. Home Depot had 6 conditions of blight. The spa had 7, and my credit union had 5. They did have blight. They were removed. I guess that was because Home Depot was recently, is the answer that Ann gave. But if that's the case, we still have a 7-Eleven and a McDonald's that were only 3 years old. U.S. Bank, 7 counts of blight. O'Toole's, 7 counts of blight. The election facility, Globus, 6. 5 for the little shopette with the horny toad and the liquor. That's a new car wash. That wasn't removed, and it has 7 counts of blight. So I'll end with saying that a quote from Reason Magazine, January 2006. Based on current criteria, says Jake Halk, director of the Pittsburgh-based Allegheny Institute for Public Policy, you could declare the entire Western world blighted. Have more for Santa Fe.
Thank you, Lou. Carol? And on deck, Marty Brezak.
I'm Carol Brezak. I live in the 4th District. The first observation that needs to be made about the Columbine Square area is that it is not an area called out in the citywide comp plan for urban renewal. Urban renewal areas are called activity areas in the comp plan, and this is not one, so I wonder why it's being considered. In the Columbine renewal area, you have several parcels. Oh, excuse me, that's Santa Fe. I want to read you a definition of urban renewal plan because it's not included in the documents you received tonight. I need the overhead, please. An urban renewal plan means a plan as it exists from time to time for an urban renewal project. It is sufficiently complete to indicate such land acquisition, demolition, removal of structures, redevelopment, improvements, rehab as may be proposed to be carried out in the urban renewal area, zoning and planning changes, if any, land uses, maximum densities, building requirements, and the plan's relationship to definite local objectives concerning traffic, public transportation, public utilities, etc. So the law says that an urban renewal plan is a plan for a project, but there are no projects mentioned in the plan before you this evening. In fact, what you have before you tonight is not a plan. Those are not my words, but the words of Ms. Ricker in September When testifying in front of the planning board, Ms. Ricker said she regretted having to call it a plan because it's really a financing document. Mr. Reese in the same meeting said the plans were financing documents and not planning documents. Their admission alone should be enough for this council to reject the plans and ask LIFT to give you an actual plan that contains projects or a project. Sections 2 through 6 of the Columbine Square Plan are void of any real project. Instead, the plan regurgitates elements of the citywide comp plan. What good is a planning document that doesn't lay out a plan? Oh yes, it creates the financing mechanism for the siphoning of tax dollars for the next 25 years. The Santa Fe plan and the Columbine plan are both boilerplate, as stated at the LIFT meeting. Even the Littleton Boulevard plan and the Broadway plan were not written at the time they were approved by LIFT, but we were assured they would look the same as the two before you. How can that be? How can 4 very different urban renewal areas have plans so similar? The only legitimate response is neither document is a real plan. They are all financing documents. According to LIFT, this council has one opportunity to weigh in on urban renewal in the 2 areas before you tonight. Some of what we've heard tonight about decision-making down the road is not what we've understood when we've attended the meetings. In fact, we were told that LIFT had no reason to come back to you with a specific project once you approved the plan tonight. The best thing council could do tonight is to slow down, take matters one step at a time. There wasn't unanimous agreement among the LIFT board about what the boundaries should be. Don't you think you should have that discussion? They certainly haven't been, the boundaries haven't been narrowly drawn, and without a project, how could they? Discuss the findings of blight in the 744 acres of Littleton. Is it really blight and slum? Are we really worried about the spread of disease and the spread of slums in the Columbine area? It is premature to be acting tonight with so much information missing, information that should be vital to your decision. As a reminder, the plan by law should include the things I've mentioned. Since these elements are missing, it cannot be called a plan. What you have is a financing document masquerading as a plan. Do the right thing, reject the documents, and ask LIFT to return with a real plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Marty? And on deck is Loretta Lohman.
You can zoom in, Doug. My name is Marty Brezak. I live in District 4. This resolution was passed on September 16th, and at that meeting it was expressed that the resolution was a sincere step on your part to express your complete desire not to divert tax dollars intended to go to other taxing entities, including LPS, South Suburban, Arapahoe County, urban drainage, and of course the city itself. This resolution was passed knowing that Littleton's Urban Renewal Authority, LIFT, cannot tax. This source of tax revenue comes from taxing dollars from LPS, South Suburban, Arapahoe County, and the city of Littleton. Nonetheless, you passed a resolution saying you would not move forward without the full support and approval of the impacted taxing entities. Subsequent actions of actually sitting down at the table with the school district resulted in an agreement that held the school district harmless for any budget shortfall that might result from the urban renewal tax. This agreement leaves the Colorado state taxpayers in a position to backfill whatever shortfall is due to this urban renewal project. This type of agreement is not the first in the state and has led to an estimated $50 million being backfilled as a result of urban renewal throughout the state. Hardly fair to the other taxpayers, including those of Littleton. Council also sat down with South Suburban, and it was agreed to TIF impacting only a portion of their revenues. That certainly is better than South Suburban losing all of their tax dollars. We have not heard what negotiations took place between the city and LIFT, And we look forward to learning how much of the future sales tax revenues will go to LIFT rather than our general fund over the next 25-plus years, and how much of the property tax increment will go to the urban renewal over the same period of time. Then we get to Arapahoe County, who is also a taxing partner, but they have said no. No to the urban renewal areas, no to the use of TIF, no due to the lack of detail in the plans and impact reports, and no to the necessity of providing incentives to developers. But yet, we are here tonight, apparently, to approve 2 urban renewal plans to which you agreed unanimously not to move forward with without the full support and approval of all impacted taxing entities. We believed you, and Arapahoe County has not just said no. Did you hear them? Arapahoe County is currently losing $1.2 million a year to urban renewal projects. Got that from our current county assessor. They have said no to the projects before you and have said you will not move forward without their support. So, how are you going to spin this in order to move forward without their support? You have an opportunity to demonstrate the value of your resolutions by not moving forward until you have your differences with the county resolved. If you decide that your resolution is not going to bind you to inaction tonight, then you have sent a very loud message to the community that you do not and cannot be trusted to honor any of your resolutions, which includes condemnation and eminent domain. And one final thought, if this is not a plan according to Carol's description that was documented by the state, maybe Ann Rickard had not fulfilled her contract up to this point by presenting what she thinks is a plan. Thank you.
Loretta, and before you start, Loretta, Joe Trujillo, where are you, Joe?
Joe's not here, man.
Okay, so then on deck is Marty Bolt. Go ahead, Loretta.
My name is Loretta Lohman. I live on 3375 West Aqueduct Avenue and have lived there since August 1956. I've seen the 2 areas of the Columbine Square come and go and come back again, as has the neighborhood, which is on its 3rd reiteration of young and growing families fixing up homes in the area. Now, I need to correct something I said last Tuesday, which was, I said that 139 people were controlling what happened with your push toward urban renewal. I went back more carefully to the survey. I was in a rush. It's actually 21% of the 872 who actually responded to the survey. That's 183 people. Those are the people who are speaking for 45,000 citizens of Littleton. That's not 75% of anything. Now, this is not how I intended to spend my first month of retirement. But in 50 years of my profession, I've conducted a number of public opinion surveys, along with a lot of research in an area called growth management. So I was particularly interested in the survey upon which you are basing all of your efforts. It was a mail survey. Folks respond to mail surveys only if they have a particular interest in the topic. Complex mail surveys are particularly unsuccessful. And this particular survey was, I think, at least 15 pages long, at best I could tell by what appeared on the internet. And it had some very complex and confusing questions. One question asked the respondents to rank 37 items of all different types, including what they considered the quality of the fire department and how the city provided passport services. Okay, didn't know that. In fact, that survey said that 89% of the respondents wanted to have more water conservation effort provided by the city. And I don't know of any efforts going on by the city in that line. Now, since you don't have written minutes, I want you please to take a note of this. I am happy to provide citations. I am happy to answer questions. I have tried to reach out to Mr. Chang and have not even had the courtesy of a response from him. My email is LORETTALOHMAN@gmail.com. I'll provide citations, I'll answer questions, I can lead you to documents about growth management and good, sound development practices that don't necessarily require urban renewal or don't pollute the air and water. Finally, this is my neighborhood. It's been my neighborhood for more than my adult life. And the infrastructure, the roads, and the school cannot tolerate too much high-density development. It would require an immense commitment on the part of the city to make a success of a high-density development in that area. It's just not suitable for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Marty Bolt, I don't see Marty. Jeannie Erickson?
He's here.
Oh, is Marty here? Oh, Marty, you moved. And Jeannie Erickson's on deck.
Good evening. Marty Bolt from District 2. I wanted to revisit and emphasize something that was said. It was about the Resolution 88. It was passed by the council in September and stated the council's desire is not to move forward without the full support and approval of all impacted taxing entities. There are 5 taxing entities that this would impact: LPS, South Suburban, Arapahoe County, Urban Drainage, and the City of Littleton. I thought it was fascinating as I thought about it, is that these other 4, the 5th being the City of Littleton, have the capacity to do something that we citizens of Littleton do not. That is, they can stop this urban renewal according to your promise, or vote on it and let it go on. But we, the citizens of the city, cannot. We're the missing entity. And besides that, we have, I won't get into that. The problem is, it would be nice if you had the full support and approval of the citizens. But I don't think that this has happened. I don't think there has been an attempt to measure it. I don't think that there is really a measurement of our attitude about this situation. I think that's unfortunate. And it looks like we're going forward without approval. We're rushing into this thing. It's become the urban renewal stampede, and you've backed up all the documents you need to do with it, what you want to do, and it's unfortunate that we are going on without the full approval of the city. And obviously, you can't get the full approval, so that's a stretch to ask for it, but a good, healthy majority would serve as well. I would hope that you would slow down and begin to build the bridges and do something about that, because last Tuesday, you had a program of sorts, and I'm not too sure what you expected to accomplish, but I heard a lot of angry people whom I had never seen before in my life come out of that place expecting to have a chance to express their opinions, and they never got a chance to express themselves. I think that was very unfortunate. Getting back to the city and my concerns about it, this is sort of interesting. How did you tiff yourselves? I mean, what are you doing to us, the citizens, or what will happen? How much money is going to be drained out of our coffers because of this? What is going to happen? What are you going to do with the property taxes? What are you going to do with the sales taxes? How much are you going to take? How much do you need, or do you know? Maybe we should know all of these things and share it with the citizens of the city before we consummate this thing. I hope and wish that you would slow down just a little bit. I think there's a lot of angry people out there, and I'm not too sure that this is over with. And that's not a threat for me. I don't have the resources to make threats like that. Thank you for your time, and I do hope that you'll consider what you've been told.
Thank you, Marty. Jeannie Erickson, and on deck, Lisa, and it's Zachary. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jeannie Erickson, I live in District 1. I live near Columbine Square Shopping Center on the corner of Bellevue and Federal. I have never been concerned for my health, safety, or welfare. I've never considered the center to be failing. I have never worried about the spread of disease or the spread of slum encroaching on my home or my way of life. In fact, I fail to see that there is slum or blight in the area. I do recognize that so much of what was identified as blight in the condition surveys were things that could have been remedied with good old-fashioned city code enforcement. How could anyone look at O'Toole's, Arapahoe County warehouse, and the Globus building and see blight and slum? It's been stated every property does not have to be blighted or slummed to be in the urban renewal area. If that is true, then why aren't these properties taken out? Several citizens have been attending the LIFT meetings since they started back up, and we have heard many discussions about TIF, eminent domain, blight, and urban renewal plans. At the last meeting, it did not go unnoticed that the plans lacked any real definition of a project. Mr. Taylor, the LIFT chairman, said the specific projects would come later. Mr. Taylor was then asked what the process would look like when a specific project came forward as part of an urban renewal plan. And although I do not have the benefit of listening to the audio of the meeting again, because it is not up on the LIFT website 2 weeks after the meeting, I will try to convey to you the essence of Mr. Taylor's reply, which is fairly simple and short. Mr. Taylor responded that when a developer comes in with a redevelopment project, they would have to evaluate the project and take a look at the financials to see if the developer would qualify for tax dollars to assist them in the project. Never in the description of the process was City Council mentioned. He was asked directly if it would go to the council, and he said there would not be a reason to go back to the City Council. But he did say if they wanted to use sales tax increment, that would be required to be returned to council. So once this plan, that is really a financing document, is approved, City Council has delegated their authority to a group of 6 citizens and 1 non-citizen, all unelected, to make major decisions about how Littleton will develop in the urban renewal areas over the next 25 years. Mr. Taylor was very clear that there would be no need to return to the city for further approval. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, and then I have Dee McCune. Did I get that right? On deck? That lives on Vinewood Street. Okay, then on deck, Linda Brazep. Linda here.
Good evening, Council. I wasn't aware that urban renewal was even going on until this September when I happened to be driving. I live in...
Please speak into your mic, okay?
Oh, sorry. My name is Lisa Sacre. I live on Auxerban Avenue. And I wasn't aware that urban renewal was even in our area because I received no notifications as it's been published that in the resolution that several publications have gone out, and so I'm kind of like questioning what that was all about. Why is it being published? And I'm not hearing about it. I'm pretty tech savvy, so I do look on the website quite a bit, and I was unaware until I come across the Breezaks one day on Saturday afternoon, and needless to say, my blood pressure raised a few degrees when I had heard, and so anyhow, I'm here to get some more information because I want to make an informed decision about what's going on in my neighborhood. I was pretty shocked about it, and so I would like to express some of my concerns. My concern is basically transparency. I guess there's been some maybe it's misunderstanding. You guys have one agenda, the citizens have another agenda, and just like anything else politically, there's a lot of mistrust, and so I would bring that forward. And also the redevelopment of a small area. Every morning I leave Bellevue and Irving, I come out of that neighborhood, and there's a lot of traffic, and to have a redevelopment of apartment complexes, and if you have 400 units times 2 people in a unit, times 2 cars per unit, you do the math, and that's a lot of people in that area. Recently, I will tell you an experience that coming into that and out of that neighborhood is the apartment complexes that are already there. They redeveloped or redid their parking lot. Guess where those people parked? Right on Irving. I felt like I was in a street downtown where I just had one lane. So I'm just asking you to reconsider, and I have to ditto everything everybody else has said, because it's really you're taking too much information and not enough time to get the opinions of the people. And if a developer does come in, I want to have a say as to what's in my area, because my property value depends on it, my life, my security depends on it, and so I just don't, my quality of life and my neighbor's quality of life, it's in your hands. And so I will leave you with this. I mean, a politician once said, you have to pass the bill in order to know what's in the bill, and I really don't want council to be passing it, and then we all go, oops. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Again, Linda Brazap. Okay. Doug Clark, and on deck is Pam Chadbourne.
Doug Clark, 4th District. I've done a fair amount of knocking on people's doors and talking to folks about the city in the past and recently. The strange thing is not once did anybody tell me that what the city really needs is more apartments, lots and lots of more apartments. But apparently that's what Lyft, the city manager, and the council thinks that the city needs. New apartments on County Line, new apartments on Ken Carroll, new apartments on Spotwoods, new apartments at the Mineral Light Rail Station, new apartments by the downtown light rail station, new apartments on Enzer, and new apartments at Columbine Square. Thank goodness all of these appointed folks and you elected people know what Littleton really needs, and your concern for the lack of enough apartments in Littleton is so great that you're using urban renewal to finance the building of more apartments. In both the Columbine Square Urban Renewal Plan and the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan, there are more apartments. Because everybody knows that developers will not bring any apartment projects to Littleton unless we citizens subsidize them with our own money. And we all know this is true by the complete lack of new apartment projects that Littleton has had in the last few years, because goodness knows we haven't had any. And lucky for us, that high-density apartments are the bedrock of a solid economic development program. After all, nothing says sales tax revenue louder than a big bunch of residential units. But getting serious here for a second. Both urban renewal plans up for approval tonight contain residential units. Both plans envision so many residential units that they can only come from multifamily. Since condos aren't being built right now in the state, as you know, this means more apartments. The reality is you don't need to subsidize residential with urban renewal or with any other method. I think all of our experience is that developers will build residential anywhere. And if you doubt that, ask Charlie Bloston about the plans for Raccoon Ridge, which located luxury homes on an old railroad track adjacent to Mineral Avenue. Now, the impact report that was provided with Columbine Valley to the county is an impact report that's supposed to be produced if the Urban Renewal Authority is taking revenue from the county. The only way that the Urban Renewal Authority can take revenue from the county is through tax increment financing. If the Urban Renewal Authority has supplied an impact report to the county showing that they're going to take county's revenue, that means that the Urban Renewal Plan has TIF in it, and yet your urban renewal consultant is telling you that the plan really doesn't have TIF, that the TIF is going to be approved at some point in the future. If the TIF is going to be approved at some point in the future, then why is the impact report in the plan now? In fact, why is TIF mentioned in the plan at all right now if TIF isn't going to begin when you approve the plan? What you're supposed to do is, if you're going to create TIF, is at that point you modify the plan and then you produce the impact report, but somehow you've produced an impact report, sent it to the county. The county certainly has the idea that you're going to TIF, and yet you're telling the citizens and they're telling you that you're not really TIFing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam? And on deck is Susan Neese.
I'm Pam Chadbourne. I live in District 1. Let me thank you, Council, for voting for 2 separate hearings. I know that we have different observations about both of them, so thank you for that. And thank you, Councilmember Stallman, for asking Ann Ricker about the size of the projects that are proposed. I'm going to note that I don't think she answered that question. She talked in generalities, and so, and she also mentioned, though, that, and you followed up on this, that small projects are really appealing and good, and she talked about large numbers of UR in Colorado, and most of them are small, but then why are our areas so large? Unless there's a huge amount of public money at risk here. So Ann Ricker also said that she hasn't seen a public process like this, but let me remind you that your Denver Urban Renewal Authority chair came and spoke to you and said, do your public outreach first. The state demographer said to you, do public outreach first. The Lakewood mayor at the town hall last week said, we took 2 years and we had a citizen advisory committee, a community advisory committee, for a 100-acre project with a very specific problem. And yet in Littleton, we have almost 400, 500 acres being done in 8 months of public process with no community process by an unelected board and no public hearings, just an opportunity for public comment. So yeah, there hasn't been a public process like this in Ann's experience because the city didn't do its due diligence before and have planning board go through a process that actually I think I gave you some view graphs about what could have been done to go through these areas and get public comment. So what we've done is put the cart before the horse, or worse, the tail's wagging the dog. We should have done the street survey first. We should do the comprehensive plan first. Let me emphasize that during 2013, when the citywide plan was being discussed by planning board, There was not a word of specific urban renewal being reawakened in Littleton in public. That was not what Planning Board was talking about, and I'm going to tell you as a citizen, I didn't know that we were going to be addressing that either. That should have been captured in the process and in the citywide plan. And let me also comment, sidewalks and curb cuts are not a reason for urban renewal dollars or risk. Maybe a parking structure, even Ann Ricker said parking structures are a reason. They're a big expense, but they're not in this plan. Thornton got an interchange. That's a major project. That should be spelled out in the plan what we get. But you don't do it for sidewalks and curb cuts. The lift powers also are extraordinary, and I don't think they should be given it. They're unelected, there's no public hearings, and frankly, for the process up to now, I do not trust them. So let me quickly talk about Columbine Square. CNBC Enterprise, Inc. is the owner. They're in California. They do business as Redwood Enterprises and Kairos Investment. If you follow that up, they're in London and Italy. They've owned Columbine Square for at least 18 years, 2 to 3 business cycles, so they can pay expenses, make a profit, and make renovation, but they have not done any renovation of that center. They should be able to do this on their own, without question. What is the gap at this site that urban renewal tools are designed and intended to handle? That is not in this plan, and it should and must be. We need to know what we're going to get out of this. There is no compelling city interest in including this site in an urban renewal area. They have the assets and expertise to either redevelop and sell as is, without city support, and we should not take on the economic or physical risk from this site. It's not just money, it's risk, as Riverfront Center proved. So the city loses credibility and strength with other potential urban renewal investors if CNBC gets urban renewal benefits from this site. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Pam. Susan? And on deck is John Christofferson.
Susan Neese, and I want to say first that after going through this experience of the whole LIFT process, that I cannot support any of the urban renewal areas or plans that are coming before you. What I want to say is, this is the shortest you'll ever hear me speak, but I believe it's critical. I simply want to remind you, since you are determining if a blighted area exists in both of the resolutions before you tonight, that it is not a conditions test. It involves what I believe are severe factors and not factors alone. The statute says blighted area means an area that in its present condition and use, and by reason of the presence of at least 4 of the following factors, substantially impairs or arrests the sound growth of the municipality, retards the provision of housing accommodations, or constitutes an economic or social liability, and is a menace to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare. In the June LIFT meeting of this year, in response to a citizen's comment that it looked like anything could be blighted in the whole state of Colorado on any given day, the chairman of the board, the LIFT board, as a part of his response in agreement, stated, "It is very easy to find blight." I don't agree with that statement, and I would hope that in the determinations that council makes tonight, that that belief is not reflected. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. John?
Good evening. My name is John Christofferson. I'm the Deputy County Attorney with Arapahoe County. I was asked by the Board of Arapahoe County Commissioners to address the City Council with regard to the Columbine Square Urban Renewal Plan. I have copies of the letters between Arapahoe County and Littleton to include in the record. While the county is excited about continued development in Littleton and the prospects of additional growth, the county is concerned with several aspects of the Columbine Square plan. I will address some of these issues mentioned in the letters and one additional one as well. First, the county impact report accompanying the Columbine Square plan is deficient pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute section 3125-107 subsection 3.5, which requires the impact report to include, quote, the estimated duration of time to complete the urban renewal project, end quote, and, quote, an estimate of the impact of the urban renewal project on county revenues and on the cost and extent of additional county infrastructure and services, end quote. There are a few other requirements in that report as well. The Columbine Square plan does not include or describe any specific projects. It is difficult for the county to be able to say how this will impact us when a project is not listed in the plan. With the extension of the O'Toole's Garden Center, the scheduled redevelopment of Columbine Square, and the county's warehouse in the plan area, the county disagrees with your assessment that the taking of county taxes is necessary to entice development of the Columbine Square plan area. Second, the county is concerned with the City Council's proposed declaration of this area to be blighted. In its present condition, the Columbine Square area does not substantially impair or arrest the sound growth of Littleton, nor does it constitute an economic or social liability. Importantly, there is no evidence that these properties are a menace to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare of Littleton. The county urges Littleton to review the request for a blight designation. Finally, Littleton proposes utilizing 100% of the county's ad valorem property tax increment for the Columbine Square plan. This is what was detailed in the county impact report. In general, the county would be more inclined to support similar plans with projects if the city agreed that the county's allocation percentage of property tax increment revenues shall not exceed Littleton's allocation percentage of municipal sales tax increment revenues. The county thanks you for this opportunity to comment on the Columbine Square plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. That completes the roster. And would like to give an opportunity for the applicants to respond.
And then a break.
No. Just gut it out.
Something's going to come out.
Well, just a couple of things. I'm not going to go through every comment that was made here. I think you've heard some of our presentation, and some of them disagree with what we've presented, and I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree on some of those points. However, I do have a few things to begin with. It was noted in the beginning that there are lots of private developments that have occurred in the city of Littleton without the use of urban renewal, and I think that's fine. I think that's great. In fact, even private developments can occur within urban renewal areas without the use of urban renewal dollars. That's kind of the intent here, is that we are a gap financing, and we are a tool of last resort here. So I think, as the city manager pointed out earlier, some of these projects are just infeasible without the help of tax increments to fill that gap. We take that seriously, and we will be looking at every project that comes in when we do have projects and analyzing those in detail to make sure that there is a gap and that there is no windfall to any development project that comes forward. As far as the statements that the condition surveys were not available, and that there were a board really didn't know what properties were being blighted, I think that was a comment. I mean, that's simply not true. The information was always given to the board members, and they've received it. You saw the picture that Ann Ricker put up on the screen that showed the entire areas and where they were blighted, and you could see individual parcels, and there's simply a breakdown in the appendix that shows parcel by parcel what the conditions are that were found. Even though, as she pointed out, that it's not a requirement that each parcel show conditions of blight. There was a statement made, or a question made actually, regarding does your insurance increase, and will the seller have to disclose blight? To my knowledge, that's not true. I don't know anything about insurances ever going up. One thing I can tell you is from my experience, and I've worked on a number of urban renewal projects over the years, that actually properties become far more marketable once there's the tool of tax increment financing available for either the current owner or a prospective buyer that might be interested in doing a development project. It's a tool that can help offset some of the costs that are involved. In fact, it can even be used to buy down the land if we have to, if the property is too expensive. One of the dilemmas, and I think Ann hit on this a little bit, is that when you go in, when a property developer comes in to do a project, they will look at a parcel. Well, the acquisition costs are really more than what the property is worth to them. because basically they're going to probably tear down what structures are on there, yet they have to pay for that structure to begin with. So that's an expense that's not incurred when you go out to a green field and start from scratch. There've been a number of questions about project versus plan, and there is a difference. And that is a difficulty in working through the state statute at this point, in that we have a plan, and the plan needs to be in place in order for us to attract the projects. It's kind of a rock and a hard place kind of thing, if you will. You really have to have the plan in place so that we have the tool of tax increment financing available to be able to attract those projects. Now, there were some comments made regarding, well, if you don't have a project, well, then how can we actually calculate what the impact is? It's a good point. The state statute requires that we do an impact report, and we have our consultant team do that report based on the best knowledge we have at the time, which, of course, includes what the zoning is, what adjacent land uses are, how things are developing in the city, what the market is, and does the best job she can calculating what that might be, the impact. Now, that said, is it totally accurate? Not really. We have to go back and actually, when we do a project, then we'll know what the tax dollars that will be generated from a project will be. So then we can go look at exactly what impacts that will affect the county or any other taxing entity and begin to figure out how we can make them whole again. There have been questions tonight about the other taxing entities, and as far as, I think there was a statement made about you're taking property taxes from other taxing entities. We have sat down with all the other taxing entities, and we have discussed how can we make you whole again. And you know, you've all seen resolutions both from Littleton Public Schools, and you've seen resolutions from South Suburban saying that they are in agreement on these projects, and they feel they've been made whole again. So I think we've addressed that issue. There was a couple of questions regarding notification, and I think I've provided plenty of information there. 75 instances where we've conducted public information sessions or sent out postcards to all the property owners and all of the residents within any proposed area. So the notifications have gone out, and they've gone out in a timely fashion, and we've held a number of public hearings at the LIFT board level to basically answer questions and address any comments. So I think I've pretty well covered most of the comments that were made tonight. We have some work to do still with Arapahoe County, I'll agree with that. But again, we have to do it on a project-by-project basis, I think, to be able to ascertain what the impacts are.
Okay. Council questions? Councilmember Beckman.
Thank you. I want to jump around a couple of different questions, so bear with me. There was some discussion by the citizens that there is a final decision for a project, whatever that project might be, made at the LIFT level, and that it never would come to council again. Can you address that issue?
Well, again, it depends on what question they're asking. When you go through the use of the tax increment revenues, LIFT will basically do that analysis and determine that. Now, if you're talking about land use decisions and planning of a site and regulatory issues, I think we made that clear that this is a city planning decision, and planning board would be involved with any of those decisions. So that is truly within your call. And as well as the sales tax increment, the proposal in the plan is that when and if a project comes forward and needs sales tax and can demonstrate that in the pro forma that they need the sales tax to fill that gap, then LIFT will come back to council and ask for permission to include that tax increment, whether it be 1%, 2%, you know, the full amount, whatever, and council makes that decision.
And you would provide a pro forma at that time for what the
We can,
project
sure.
is. Just from your experience on zoning matters, when an urban renewal district is created, does that, from your experience, create a change of circumstance that would generate a zone change request normally? In other words, is this the kind of thing that is always going to be followed by zoning requests changes? because of the designation?
You know, it could, is all I can answer that from, depending on the scale of the project. You know, Ann, you know, was talking about some of the smaller areas, and if you have an individual property that's already zoned appropriately, then we may be just talking about improvements to that property, you know, as small as the patio idea for a restaurant. So would you require a zone change for that? No. But if you got into a large-scale development where, you know, we're talking multi-uses and that type of thing, yeah, of course, you'd probably have to have a development plan required, and that would definitely go through the planning process. So it's the scale.
I've heard several times the discussion about density and apartments and those kinds of things. Does the urban renewal plan that we have before us address providing affordable housing and using the benefits of the plan toward affordable housing? And I looked through and I saw one place that it was mentioned, but I've heard everyone talk tonight that this was a predicate to building apartments or high density. Can you help me understand how that plan would lead to that conclusion?
Okay, I think you're asking two different things here. I'm not quite sure. On the topic of affordable housing, urban renewal dollars can go towards offsetting costs involved with building an affordable housing project. So if we had, we could even cooperate with the housing authority on a project for that matter. As long as there was actual tax increment dollars generated by a project that, for profit, that would actually generate some tax increment. So, I mean, housing authority project is tax exempt. So we can't really generate any money to do that. But if it was in an area where there was another project that was generating that, yes, those dollars could be applied to helping out with that.
And I'm assuming it could be done if it was in conformance with the plan, and the plan that we have.
Sure.
The question would be, is it in conformance with the plan that's in front of us?
Right. And so the other part of your question, I want to answer that too. The other part of your question was about the proliferation of apartments. And we aren't advocating that. Again, that would have to be project by project. They'd have to be proposed to lift. We'd have to go through and see if it was viable. And at the same time, there's the entitlement process that any of these projects needs to go through with the city. And so city planning and you all ultimately will weigh in on that.
And my last question.
I'm sorry, if I just want to emphasize that piece, because I think it's gotten, the plan, it does not affect the underlying zoning. And so if the property is already zoned for multifamily, then that's what would be built with or without urban renewal, anything that's there. If any of the properties within an urban renewal authority or without urban renewal authority wants to have a rezone for some particular use, it comes before this body to make that decision.
First, the planning board.
Well, yeah, ultimately it lands here. So there is no equal sign between a urban renewal plan and development projects. It's a separate path that it goes through your standard land use zoning code for it, and I think that's a very important distinction that needs to be made in here. And I would emphasize that I think this council has been very clear that they are very concerned about the construction defects laws and are advocating at the State House and through Metro Mayors to make that change, because I don't believe there is anyone sitting at the dais that is looking for more apartments. We're looking for investment into the community through home ownership. It just happens to be that that's not what's being built because of an issue beyond our control. And so we're working diligently with other communities to affect that. Thank you.
Just one additional question, then I'll pass it on to somebody else. Were there any properties in the area under consideration that asked to be not considered, but were still placed into it? So, and we'll have that issue later with Santa Fe.
Right, so we're speaking specifically of the Columbine Square area.
Specifically.
I don't believe we received any letters requesting any properties to be taken out of that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stallman.
So I need to, I guess maybe Jim, but it might be City Attorney Fellman, need you to respond with respect to the gentleman from the county and give us some level of comfort that notwithstanding his assertions that we view it in a certain way and oh, by the way, so do the school district, south suburban, urban drainage, so forth and so on?
I'm happy to do that. Councilmember Stallman, you got me off to a good start, however. You know, I think this is not the first time that anyone on the council and perhaps anyone in this room has recognized the fact that different lawyers have different opinions. And what I can tell you is that we've considered the county's letters, each letter, letter for each district, or plan rather, very carefully. We've analyzed their position. We respectfully disagree with the legal position they're taking. The position that we're taking not only is shared by Littleton Public Schools, urban drainage and flood control, and South Suburban, but also by a variety of other urban renewal authorities and other counties in which those urban renewal authorities exist throughout the metro area. Corey Hoffman, who is the general counsel for LIFT, can probably give you more detail on some of those other jurisdictions. But I think the simple answer is, while we respect the county's position, we disagree with it, and we think there is significant legal support for the city moving forward tonight.
And the fact that the urban renewal area is entirely within the city and would be city boundaries and would be receiving city services and would consume minimal county services or incur minimal county expenses, that's part of the assessment, correct?
Yes.
The impact board addresses that, yes.
Yes, okay, all right. And it's my understanding, I don't know this firsthand, but I understood that the county advocacy group, CCI, ran some legislation last year that the governor vetoed at the end of the session, and the word on the street is that that legislation may be rerun again this year. Far be it for me to ascribe political motives to any such activity, but are you guys aware of anything along those lines?
I'm going to ask Corey to address that. Corey and I are both been involved with Colorado Municipal League's reaction to some of the plans, and I think we both testified last year about it as well. But I'll let Corey talk about what's kind of in the works now and where that's all been heading.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Corey Hoffman, General Counsel to LIFT. The one thing I would point out, certainly CML is looking at introducing, hopefully, legislation or getting a sponsor for legislation. It's CML's understanding that CCI is doing the same, but the one thing that I certainly heard from Mr. Christofferson's last statement in opposition to the Columbine Square plan was the reference to the county asserting that the city should dedicate a certain percentage of sales tax to the plan, and that percentage should be equal to the property tax increment that's from the other taxing entities. That is precisely the provision that was vetoed by the governor. So I would suggest to you the county is trying to bring up the very provision that was vetoed at the last session.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from council? Jim, just one piece, which is my understanding is we are still talking with all of our partners because we're at the plan level and not the specific project level. So we're not necessarily in your face with any of the partners on this because we don't have the specifics on the project yet, or what might be the needed gap financing, if there is any, associated with a project.
That's true. I mean, you cannot really assess any impact to anybody until you actually have a specific project. However, the statute is very clear that you have to do an impact report in order to get to this point. So, yes, we will definitely take that into consideration when we get a real project, meeting again with the taxing entities and figuring out exactly what it is, how they're going to be impacted.
Okay. And
I'd like to follow up on that because
Sure.
there was, on that same issue, I mean, the language in that resolution says that to ensure that, so it directs city staff, and skip the middle of it, but to ensure that no urban renewal project moves forward without the full support and approval of impacted taxing entities. And I think one of the things that the council, I think that is to what you and Jim were just discussing, is about a specific project. And I think if there's any question for anybody in this room, I can tell you emphatically there is no project pending. We wish we had somebody knocking at the door right now and proposing something, but that there is no application moving forward. I think if the council is concerned, what this says to me as your city manager is that I am going to be leading these discussions. It says city staff. It doesn't refer to Lyft. It puts the burden on the city staff to make sure that these negotiations happen and that we have an opportunity to sit down with those taxing entities and make sure that whatever the expenditure around the public improvement, whatever the revenue is from the various taxing entities, how that is broken up is part of those negotiations. And so if there is concern at the end of this evening by the council, then around who makes that final decision, then I would suggest that one of the things you may want to do is ask the city attorney's office to look at whether it's an ordinance or a resolution, a follow-up resolution or something to make it clear that these are coming back for the fiscal component of a project comes back for council review, not amendment of any plan or anything like that, but just a review, kind of going to Councilman Beckman's earlier question, a review of the fiscal statement, because I believe you've already directed me to get involved in this. So I plan on doing that, but if you want that final loop and that confirmation for that loop beyond just the sales tax, then I think that is within your prerogative to make that work. But this issue is around a project, and we have no projects pending at this time. That's why nobody knows what the expenditures are, what the revenues are. There's nobody knocking at the door right now with an application saying, I've got X and Y, and I would like to be evaluated against that gap financing for the project. So
we're kind of between the chicken and the egg.
But you're creating the area by which a project can mature.
Right. This will be my last question, I think, at this point in time, Jim, which is, I have a sense that when we have gap financing needed and it's attached to the project through what may be a TIF financing approach, that typically will mean the risk gets placed with the project, though the public improvements will happen because they're funded in that basis, as opposed to if the city had to go out and actually make those public improvements, we would have the dollars out of pocket, not with the project. And so what it really does, and at least in my impression, is that it places the risk with the project, and appropriately with the project, rather than it coming from our general fund coffers to begin with. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I think that there's two points here to be made, and that is, but for the project, there is no revenue to be able to do any of the improvements. And the other part of that is the developers will be required by city planning to do certain improvements. And hopefully they are going to create a project that generates enough increment that enables us to help them do some of those improvements that are up and beyond what's normal. So again, it's all dependent upon the developer coming through and actually building what they say they're going to build.
Okay. Other questions, Council? Councilmember Stallman?
Just one clarification based on, I think, what City Manager Penny was alluding to or talking about, but this issue of plan again versus project, one of the citizens provided the definition of an urban renewal plan from Colorado Revised Statute, Section 31-25-103, subsection 9, which says an urban renewal plan means a plan as it exists from time to time for an urban renewal project. But subsection 10 then goes on to describe, it defines an urban renewal project means an undertaking or activity for the elimination and for the prevention and development of the spread of slums, blight that may involve slum clearance, redevelopment, rehab, conservation, or any combination thereof. So in that context, even though there's a bit of, and this has been pointed out in all the public meetings we've had, it's the names that we're assigning to these various documents aren't necessarily the most descriptive. But is it fair amongst the attorneys and yourself to basically say that when we're calling it a plan or a project, that we are encompassing all the attributes therein, according to statute?
Yeah, there's a difference between a plan and a project.
I
and I'll
understand.
let Corey address that.
And I have to correct you, Councilmember Stallman, in the definition, because it's important. It's not an undertaking or activity, it's actually plural.
Right.
It's undertakings or activities, and that's a significant difference because to the extent there's this suggestion that a project is sometimes just a discrete facade improvement, for example, it can be broader, it can include multiple undertakings and activities within a given project. We don't know what those will be, but the plan contemplates a project or projects, which is undertakings or activities, and a series of them.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute, so what were you just quoting from?
Subsection 10,
In,
31-25-103,
okay, and I'm looking at 9,
which was the definition that was handed out.
right?
Yeah. But 9 refers to an urban renewal plan as it exists from time to time for an urban renewal project, but the supposition was that a project is a specific project, whereas the state statute definition is, as Corey Hoffman just indicated, is undertakings and activities for the elimination and the prevention of the development or spread of slums, so forth and so on.
Well, that's in a different statute. This
No,
one,
no.
this is a definition in a state statute.
So is this.
Yeah, so we've got conflicting definitions.
No,
then.
no. State statute was being used to define urban renewal plan, and it also defines urban renewal project. But all we were provided with in the public comment was the definition of urban renewal plan. I was pointing out that there's a subsequent definition.
can get it.
One section.
Councilmember Stallman, let's turn it to the lawyer.
Please.
Councilmember Cole, no, this is a confusing statute, and we're most certainly in the weeds at some level. But a plan is broad. A project is a subset of the plan, and even a project may have multiple things within it. But the definitions follow each other. So urban renewal plan is subsection 9. Urban renewal project is subsection 10 of the very same statute. They don't conflict, they reconcile, because a plan is broad and a project is within it, and within the project are undertakings and activities.
And I hear that, but it seems to me the global one is the higher one, and that's the one that seems to me to be governing. Then you work your way down, but you have to satisfy the global one first.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. And so the way I look at it, probably oversimplified, is that you as the council adopt the plan. It is a legislative document that says, this is our vision consistent with your general plan. This is our plan. And the Urban Renewal Authority's job is to implement your plan. So you make the broad legislative determination, the one you're considering tonight on the plan. If you approve it, it is the Urban Renewal Authority's job to say, this is the council's plan, and we need to implement the council's plan. So what they do has to be consistent with your legislative marching orders.
I think we might agree to disagree on something that you said.
Could
Because
be, wouldn't be the first time.
Anyway.
Okay. Any other questions from council at the moment? I've been requested to take a 7-minute break, so if we can break for 7 minutes and then come back.
you can have
So feel free to email me.
Oh, yeah, that's getting it done.
And you know how to contact us, right?
Take the crap. What is that?
So you feel free to do that, please. And thank you for coming to speak.
Okay, Carrie Ann Birds, let's go.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, you take care.
Yep. Okay, we are reconvened. Council, I'll remind you that we're being asked to approve the Columbine Square Urban Renewal Plan based upon a number of statutory requirements, but the primary policy question is whether the Columbine Square Plan will positively impact the plan area and the community by reducing or mitigating or even eliminating the eligibility requirements or the conditions. And we'll do this through promoting investment and redevelopment in the Columbine Square urban renewal area. So that's the question before us. Opportunity for our discussion and or motion.
I have some discussion.
Okay.
You know, what we are doing is kind of mixing two issues, trying to do the right thing and try to do things right. And I appreciate that we're trying to do things right. But I have to tell you that I actually don't support the idea of using urban renewal in that area. So were I given a choice of let's pick the areas to do this, and which, you know, we had discussion, et cetera, but we really had to get down to this point, I'd have to say that the value of urban renewal just really isn't needed in that one location that's called the shopping center area. And I see that it has the triangle up at Linden and Lowell and Bellevue kind of dissected from it. And that to me is problematic in some considerations. That's 100% rented out. It's an operations that is very much part of the neighborhood business and neighborhood market and that kind of thing. And that is exactly the opposite of a vacant and allowed to go vacant and actually stimulated by the owner to go vacant over the last year or so shopping area. So I'm not in favor of this area for urban renewal, although I am in favor of urban renewal.
Councilmember Stallman.
I'm not going to go reiterate normally when we do these quasi-judicial, this isn't quasi-judicial per se, but when we do the rezonings and stuff, we try to set the context out of the law. But I think there's been enough discussion of the state statutes. I think the plan, some of the pieces of the plan itself are worth calling out. So 3.2 talks about the objective of the plan to alleviate conditions of blight by actively promoting investment and reinvestment within commercial corridors, not residential corridors, to make financial resources available to assist partners, and that includes private, public, and nonprofit, with addressing conditions of blight identified, especially those that render projects within its boundaries infeasible. And Ms. Ricker talked about that with respect to some of the potential for small businesses as well as larger tracts of property. Section 3.3 says that although the act authorizes LIFT to undertake zoning and planning activities, LIFT anticipates that the city will regulate land use and building requirements through existing municipal codes and ordinances. So as was repeated several times, anything that's land use and orientation is going to be coming back to Planning Commission and City Council. So for example, a hypothetical apartment complex at Columbine Square that's not zoned for residential, which it isn't at this point in time, would have to be subject to the same rezoning attributes and public hearings that all of the other rezonings we've done would be required to achieve or accomplish. 6.1 of the plan talks about LIFT cooperating with others to finance, install, and construct and reconstruct public improvements. So it also says, while public improvement should, whenever possible, stimulate desired private sector investment, and it is the intent of the plan that the combination of public and private investment that occurs in the area will contribute to the overall economic well-being of the community at large. So there was somebody, one individual threw out a phrase about subsidizing apartments, and I guess to the extent that an urban renewal project came in and it was approved on a land use rezoning decision to put apartments in a certain location that required infrastructure improvements, and the project wasn't feasible without certain infrastructure improvements, then potentially there could be a, quote, subsidization of apartments. But that's some tortured logic to get to that conclusion based on potentially doing curb gutter, drainage, parking, lighting, so forth and so on. Let me see here. A critical, 7.1 talks about a critical component of the success of any urban renewal strategy is participation by both the public and private sectors. Leveraging of resources will be key, as no one entity, either public or private, has sufficient resources alone to sustain long-term improvement effort. And I mean, we're seeing this more and more in this day and age, where projects end up being public-private partnerships in a lot of venues because there are an alignment of interests and it makes economic sense where applicable to do this. LIFT is going to, as projects occur, they will make the determination as to whether a particular project is justified in requesting any urban renewal funding. And certainly that percentage of a total project would be relatively small. It will depend on the project, but it's not likely to be beyond 20-ish%, maybe less, maybe a little bit more. That means the developer or whoever's paying the freight, for the most part, with private capital, is going to be bearing the lion's share of a given activity. I thought the inclusion in the plan of the Littleton Economic Plan we adopted in 2013 was well done. It talks about other states and communities outlining plans and tools to attract and retain businesses and guide development of vacant land, underutilized corridors, infill improvements, and revitalization. The risks of failing to act is a potential decline in retail sales. And the cost of doing nothing or failing to act is a lost opportunity. Back in 2007, I attended my first pub meeting, Tom Christopite's pub, as a ridiculously green appointed council member who didn't know necessarily where the city clerk's office was. And there was, about the first meeting I attended was a stimulated discussion of a court case in Connecticut which talked about the taking of land and giving it to developers and so forth and so on. And honestly, other than listening to it, I didn't have the foggiest idea what was, causing so much angst and enthusiasm. What I took away from that meeting in retrospect was that the motivation for the dislike of urban renewal wasn't about community improvement. It was just a dislike or a distrust of government. And there's been plenty of reasons over the years for why people would be inclined to distrust government. But I think in this juncture, we've come full circle. Citizens brought forward roughly 4,000 petitions with 4,000 signatures tonight, but I have to wonder how many of those signatures were collected because somebody was told that the city had or would be condemning massive amounts of property. And it troubles me that the need to collect signatures, the means to the end was greater than making sure people understood the details. The comments and the concerns that we've heard tonight have been reiterated and addressed and reviewed and revisited for the last multiple months. We're not going to do condemnation. Condemnation in state statute is extremely hard to do. We're following state law with respect to the attributes of an urban renewal project. We've agreed to keep the other taxing entities like the public school system whole. There are no residential properties. There may be a parcel, but they're, for the most part, the residential properties are completely off limits. If the citizens of this community want the right to vote on urban renewal projects and they choose to assume the responsibility, which goes along with the right to vote, to go deep on the state statutes and all of the technical issues that we've covered in part tonight and that LIFT has covered over multiple meetings, they have that right, so be it. You know, that's great. If that's what the citizens want, then more power to them, and obviously, again, we'll abide that decision. But no one should assume that if that comes to fruition, that developers and people with capital to invest in projects where 80-ish% of the project is private capital of some level are going to take the risk and wait around on the citizens to make an informed decision about an extremely complicated set of issues. And that's essentially why the citizens elect people to represent them who are willing to go deep and are willing to do that kind of homework to make these kinds of decisions. They have that voice already in council. If they want it themselves, they can have it, but I hope, like so many other things, that people also acknowledge the ever-present law of unintended consequences. I also think that the people who did elect us didn't elect us to sit up here and twiddle our thumbs while the Littleton we all love erodes away from the passage of time and neglect. The market, the free market, might someday address some of our blighted areas. So, for example, the Enser property might get developed, but the fact that it remains vacant today in the face of historically low and persistent interest rates, I think suggests that the market may be more inclined to take that initiative if it has a viable partner like LIFT in the city. I'm going to make one offhanded comment here, though. I do have to compliment Mr. Bingham on bringing up pictures of projects like King Soopers, Brack, Littleton Commons, and the Meadows, which he and his friends who have been consistently opposing urban renewal also vigorously opposed. That level of audaciousness is impressive, and it was well played, sir. However, based upon the evidence presented, I find that the plan does comply with the applicable Colorado revised statutes and will afford the maximum opportunity consistent with the sound needs of the municipality as a whole for the rehabilitation or redevelopment of the commercial corridor urban renewal area by private enterprise, and I will support the plan accordingly.
Thank you. Councilmember Brinkman.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to definitely give, I thank you, Ann, so much for your presentation. I was somewhat surprised and also quite pleased at your comments about what you did in terms of community outreach. And one of the things that council has been very cognizant of is the need and the importance for that. We have had probably over a variety of ways, over 9 months of study ourselves on this. And all of those, of course, are also open. And everyone who spoke to us, as you mentioned, also talked about the importance of that. And to hear the depth that you guys went to and the lengths that you went to, I want to thank you and appreciate that. You know, I think that there's so much not understood about urban renewal. There's huge law, there's huge statutes, we've got 4 lawyers in the room, 5 opinions. It's a joke. But I think that we're all doing our best to try to understand what this is, and we're all doing our best to make the right decisions. Somebody talked about we need to slow down. I think we are going at a very healthy pace. We are spending a great deal of time studying. We're spending a great deal of time understanding this. It is not an easy subject to get your hands around when you have any sort of history, any sort of longevity in a community where there was an urban renewal project that was done inappropriately, or where there was condemnation. And we can name all kinds of examples just in the Denver metro area where that had happened. And sadly, there are probably some that are still happening. But the one thing that I feel incredibly comfortable with in terms of what we've been doing is not only the time we've been taking to methodically work through this, but also the quality and level of information and education that we've been getting. The experts that have spoken to us, the experts that have given us information from a diverse area of development and land planning and real estate has been very, very beneficial in helping me to feel as though we are moving in the right direction. Watching this community over the last 13 plus years, it's been interesting to see how very little has come out of the ground on its own. Part of the reason for that is, there's a number of reasons for that. The economy, it cycles through. Certainly recently, problems with the construction defects and what that mandates and what that's allowing us to do, or what builders are willing to do. But one of the things I think has been most interesting to me is the way that projects are picked and the way that developers look at things and the way that they make their decisions. And we are in such an incredibly competitive environment. And there have been hundreds of millions of dollars of incredible opportunities that have passed over Littleton because of one reason or another. And they have landed in Lone Tree, and they have landed in Centennial, and they have landed in Lakewood. And whether or not they were something that everybody would have wanted isn't the point. The point is that we are in a very competitive environment, and we are not equipped right now to play with the big boys, and we are not equipped to be able to garner the attention from those that can come in and create developments that will secure our future. Since I've been on council, we have watched our sales tax revenue stay at a steady 3%. Some years it goes to 3.5. I think we had a couple years where it was in the 4s. We're not seeing jumps. Centennial, they're up over 20% at times. I think Inglewood is also enjoying some double-digit numbers. We have to do something. We have to move that bar. Something has to change. These properties are sitting there. They are sitting there and sitting there and sitting there, and they will continue to do that because we're not providing opportunities for developers to be able to come in and do the costly redevelopment that needs to happen, and everybody around us is. So, you know, part of what we do as a council is make decisions today that affects tomorrow. And this one really isn't about tomorrow. This one really is about 5 years, 10 years, 15, and 25 years. Because, as we've said, we do not have a project. We do not have a developer who has pretty pictures to show us about what they would do on Columbine Square. But taking this step gets us one step closer to being able to have that. Without doing this step, we will have nothing as is now. And I think that it is incumbent upon us to make decisions today that will ensure that in the future there is an opportunity for the kind of growth development that is important for our community. I'm going to get waved off in a minute. I just have one final comment to make. I did have a conversation with Commissioner Sharp, and she, I wanted to relate a bit of what she said from that conversation. She had left, I had lunch with her, and then later she left me a voicemail, and she apologized that she was not aware of some of the issues when we had lunch, so we didn't get to have a real thorough discussion about that. But she did say that she understands that what the city's trying to do, and she understands that we don't have complete plans yet, and she knows that we will get them defined, and that she's very appreciative, and that the board is very appreciative for Littleton reaching out and working with all the taxing jurisdictions. And she thinks that's very important. And she said that to her board that night in their meeting, and she's also talked to other boards and said that. And her final words to me was, "We will work together on this." So I appreciate her comments, I appreciate her thoughts, and I echo those. We will work together on this.
Councilmember Valdez.
Thank you. I certainly don't speak as eloquent as some of you up here, that's for sure. So I just get down to brass tacks. Frankly, for this past year, I've asked that the planning board be involved more in that area, Columbine area, and has fallen on deaf ears. About 50% of their meetings have been canceled over this past year. I have pointed that out, but yet still no action by them. At this point, and I appreciate the LIFT members that are on there. Frankly, we have at least 4 of the members who were appointed in the 80s, and some of them were involved with the riverfront project that failed. And I can't get past that right now. We still have same board members on the same essential board that ended up not paying back Littleton at least $12 million. I can't get past that. Now we're relying on these same folks, with the exception of 3 that were appointed in the 2000s, and I appreciate their involvement. They have a different mindset, I think. But we are relying on information primarily from a board that has a record of not living up to what they said they would do. They owe the city $12 million. It was eventually agreed that they did not have to pay us back. The city has spent thousands of dollars trying to convince citizens that this is a good thing. Last week we spent over $22,000 for a meeting. Again, we're relying on folks right now, a board, who's telling us, trust them, this will be good for Littleton. I think there's other ways of doing this. I think the city manager has come up with some tools where he has attracted some other businesses. As Mr. Bingham pointed out, there's been many businesses coming to Littleton, whether it be apartment buildings, whether it be a brewery, which at one point we voted down a large retail store coming in. Some people were happy about it, some people weren't happy about it, but now we have the Breckenridge thing, and I believe, Mr. Penny, you had a lot to do with that, likely so, and I was happy with that. I was happy with the way you treated King Soopers on how we were able to make that deal work. I don't see why we can't do that in the Columbine area. I haven't heard anything about studies. I have heard a lot about the fence that's around Columbine right now, and I'm curious if that meets code. Do you know, does that meet code? It does meet code. What interests me, though, is over all these years, the decades, has the owners of that property been up to code? Have they been receiving letters, and have they been fined or taken to court in order to make that a better property, or at least to take care of the property? Do you know? You haven't been around that long, so maybe.
I do not know the answer to that.
Who would know that? Do we have anybody here?
We'd have to do some research. No. Nobody's.
My guess is that either we ignored it as a city, as that property went to heck, and now we're looking to, essentially in my eyes, reward a property owner that they don't deserve being rewarded. If there is a developer who wants to come in and buy that property and turn it into something that meets the zoning and all that other good stuff, I'm all for that, to consider that at least. But to give right now the lift, the authority to go out there and make all these deals, 25 years is way too much. A shopping center, for instance, its lifespan is only 10 to 15 years, and we're talking 25 years here. I'm still having issues getting past that. The last deal that they put together did not work out for the city. That's where I stand, and I absolutely will not support this.
Councilmember Cole?
So I'm going to be shorter. I support urban renewal, but for several of the reasons stated in the county's letter to us, I cannot support this plan. Council's recent resolution that's been referred to is committed to ensuring the full support and approval of all impacted taxing entities. But it is difficult for me to believe that council will receive the full support and approval of the county for any project if the county doesn't support the plan. And that's not meant hostile, it's just the way it is. And we have, as has been noted, several other tools in our economic plan that we could use to try to move forward with development. Thank you.
Councilmember Stein?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I definitely agree with at least one thing that Councilmember Valdez said, which is that Councilmembers Stallman and Brinkman were very articulate. They were. And I've earlier in this hearing ventured the opinion that I thought perhaps we should try to move this along expeditiously, because I'm concerned that the good folks here may be here quite late. And we may be having this same discussion over a virtually identical presentation yet again in, who knows, a couple of hours. So I will perhaps reserve some comments till later tonight, but just mostly to say that I don't think that what is before us is not whether we like a plan or don't like a plan, has been mentioned, or whether we like a developer or don't like a developer, as has been mentioned. In fact, the area that we're talking about is not uniquely one developer, it's several ownerships. And in fact, any of the developers or any of the owners of any properties that currently exist may not be, in fact, the ultimate developers of the project. So to me, it's not so much about liking or hating people. It's about, does this plan comply with the state statute mandate? And I believe that there are so many redundancies and checks and balances between all the various entities that have been discussed tonight that I'm going to go ahead and support it on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for your comments. I'm going to make a few. First of all, Jerry, the current board of LIFT, even though some of them date back to 1980, were not at the inception.
25 years, when did it expire? 1995. So I guess they were part of it. Thank you.
Check the calendar on that. So I'm just telling you. And then also with regard that the city did not have to make the investment in the bonds itself, and it was the project that failed. So there were hundreds of shopping centers that failed in the late 80s. So just to be aware of that, because it was in 1983 was when River
on theirs, right.
Because they made the investment. That was a choice that was made. Okay, it was not necessarily made by the LIFT board or the Riverfront Authority at that point in time. As far as speed in which we've operated, for some of us, this has been a 5-year journey. For some of us, it's been a 3-year journey. For some of us, it's just been just about a year in going through this. But we have had, as a council, a lot of folks come in. And with this, the question before us, I see is pretty simply 3. One is, do we buy into the conditions survey in this plan area? Are the boundaries at least okay in this? And do we think having a tool chest that includes the possibility of TIF financing is something that is okay to have going forward? We're not making the decision of TIF financing. That is something that would come back to us, and I'm going to look at seeing whatever resolution we need to have on that fiscal component review, because that was my expectation. So I will want to see that that goes through. It has gone through the planning board. They have determined that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. That was part of their role, was to make that determination. So that has happened, and I'm going to trust that our appointees on that basis, understanding the comprehensive plan, did the right thing on that front. And I'm not uncomfortable with that. So I'm going to move in support of this, and I'm looking for a motion on the resolution.
Motion to approve the urban renewal plan project. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion to approve the resolution approving the Columbine Square urban renewal plan.
Second.
Okay, Council, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Okay. Motion up is for the urban renewal plan.
The vote is 4 in favor, with council members Cole, Beckman, and Valdez voting no. The motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Mayor, before you move on to the next item, your legislative rules 2F require action by the council to go beyond 10 o'clock.
Okay. So moved. So moved that we go beyond. Looking for a second?
Second.
Okay, Council, motion in favor allows us to continue this evening.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Okay, we continue. So we move on to agenda item 8B, which is the resolution approving a new urban renewal plan known as the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan. Are you going to start us off again, City Manager?
I don't think I need to repeat myself. Thank you, though.
Okay. Executive Director Reese.
Can I say what he said? No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, again, I will, at the risk of criticism, repeat myself. Again, we are going to do another presentation, and we're going to do a presentation on Santa Fe this time. And Ann will go over the parts that she kind of skipped through last time, but they are same applicable as the first time through. But again, we need to demonstrate that we are finding the conditions of blight required by the state statute, and I believe we've done that, and Ann will show you that. And then also we have prepared a plan that addresses a method to address those conditions of blight and correct those. And so we'll go through that. A couple of things I do want to point out that's a little bit different in this case, and we'll address these after Ann's presentation as well. But in the case of the Santa Fe properties, in the very south piece, in fact, in the first TIF area, where we have the condition of agricultural land that requires, there's 6 exceptions in the statute to allow agricultural land to be included in an urban renewal area. And I'll let Corey kind of go through those if you want to hear the details on how we found the one that we believe that makes the area qualify. And again, back to the other point is that in the Santa Fe area, we are not asking for the tax increment clock to start on the entire area, only on the area in TIF Area 1, which is from Mineral Station south. And you have a legal description in the packet that explains what that is. We also are not asking for sales tax at this time either, as was pointed out last time. So those are the kind of the key differences. And then also wanted to point out that I believe you have 2 requests in your packet for 2 parcels to be removed from that. And we'll let you discuss that. I believe the property owners are probably here as well. Okay, I'll turn that over to Ann, unless there's any specific questions.
Council, any questions at this time? No? Ann?
Okay.
Mayor and Council, I think I might even be able to speak to some of the unanswered questions, but in the context of this portion of the presentation. Nope, that's somebody else's. 1 second, please. Go. Okay. In the spirit of brevity, I think I covered this. I will, in the spirit of the kind comments about the public outreach, I can't take nearly the majority of credit for that. The city graciously gave us access to an unbelievable firm that specializes in outreach, especially with city projects, public projects like this, transportation plans, things like that. And they're SIG, I can't remember, there's more to their name, but anyway, they were absolutely incredible and prompt, and I wouldn't want it to go without, recognizing them and giving credit to us. One thing the city did ask that I did, though, and I get to say, was having that direct access with people involved in the process, many of which are now using my name in vain. I spent weekends and Sundays replying to emails in great detail, which was also pretty interesting because we hadn't done that before. I might rethink that one again. Okay, here is the process. We went through that. The plan may have been objections with regard to Columbine Square in terms of being a priority area. I would say, and I know it's after the fact, but there were several references to revitalizing tired commercial centers as well as being a goal. So if I misspoke that it's not an activity area, it's definitely spoken to in generalities in your plan. Again, the factors, and again, as one of the speakers said, reiterated what the lift board's instructions were with regard to taking parcels out. Now, what you can see here in terms of this map, and I know it's a little hard with the lights on, but there was that very specific requirement or directive, I would say, that the parcels, you see most of the tan is really right along the river, the waterway there. And there was a lot of discussion, a lot of questions that were asked at the public information meeting about why were those ever included. And the example I gave, because I think I remember sharing it with the folks that were determining the study area or the survey area boundaries, was when we were working in Wheat Ridge a few years ago, and there was talk, in fact, in another community too, there was talk about, do we include schools in some of these areas and parks and things like that? And to, the uninformed person, they'd say, why? Because, they jumped to the conclusion that somehow that meant you were going to develop parkland or things like that. And that was absolutely not the case. In fact, there was great support for including areas like that because urban renewal incremental dollars can be used to fund improvements. It's a state law that you can't just, develop parkland. It has to go to a vote of the people to take it out of that use. Obviously, not everybody knows that, but by including it in an urban renewal area, you're saying we not only want to preserve, we want to maintain and protect, and we know that we can use those resources to do that. But there was a lot of opposition and concern that, I don't know, something. And so just to be clean about it and eliminate concern for people that weren't following the process or listening or whatever, they decided to go ahead and take those out. And it was there that City of Littleton parcels were specifically identified. It wasn't a universal City of Littleton in any urban renewal area. It was in these areas specifically related to the public open space. I want to make sure we're clear about that. There was also some question about the TIF area, and I think the attorneys gave that, or Jim did too, gave the clarification. I just thought I'd make it easier by putting the red circle around. That's the area that's being proposed as the TIF area, only that portion. And you're right, in the plan, the word generally defined, the word generally got dropped, and that's how it became, right, when you read it, it sounds like literally south of Mineral, but it said generally because there's no road on the north side, so it was very hard to explain in language what those boundaries were. So apologize that word got dropped, but that's the intention.
Again, in this area, there were the 11 factors, which was kind of interesting because that factor G is really hard to come up with. And the reason is that it's usually associated with an unclear title of the property. However, the presence of easements and that run through a property, that encumber a title, that make it more challenging and all that, that was absolutely present here. Not only do you have multiple utility easements, especially within that southern portion, but the city's 100-year-old ditch that runs on the west side and parallel and adjacent to Santa Fe is also there and absolutely will have to be addressed if and when there's any development down there. And so that's how you got to 11 in this area. You heard somebody earlier mention that they're between the mid and the south segment. Because it was such a long corridor, we broke it just for map purposes to make sure things were legible into 3 areas, okay? So this is the southern area, and this again shows you, use the color scale where the most conditions were present, and not surprisingly along the corridor. This was the mid, and this is the north, okay? In this, we're done with that. You know, the threshold, purpose stays the same, objective stays the same, conformity the same, powers the same, straight through, and this was the difference in these areas. And again, always draw your attention to the fact that when there's retail, that the county, or especially the county, because you can't keep their sales taxes, it's a net positive. Some of the, I think that's important to mention for a couple of reasons. There was some talk about, well, why can't we use our other resources or other tools? Every example that was cited was a retail project. And when you have a retail project, and if your community has a sales tax share back authorization, they have that tool, then that works. But that doesn't work on office and industrial where there's no sales tax. And so, you know, great if you've got other tools to assist those kinds of primary job industries and that kind of real estate, but to assume that just to use other tools, again, been doing this a long time, and I'm unaware of any other tool that could either significantly offset the gaps that are often generated by development in these areas, much less address non-retail. And I urge you to consider that fact. I think that's it.
Okay. Questions of Ann at this point in time? Councilmember Beckman.
Thank you. And maybe this is the time for the compliment. I really do appreciate the work that you did up and down Santa Fe. I think that's an area that is difficult to put into one mold to be able to discuss, because there's so many varieties. You go several hundred yards and you run into a different situation. So I think it's been a great job there. This is absolutely what urban renewal and urban development and those kinds of processes we're talking about tonight. Santa Fe is a great example of how that can work, because no developer can go in and do one of those small pieces without affecting everything to the right and left and some distance. I do have one question. We're going to talk about the 2 entities that asked to be removed. Were there any other entities that asked? Not that I'm aware of. And I would like to hear briefly how we chose to interpret the agricultural requirement, because I feel that we should go ahead with what we have proposed. I know we'll work it out with the county. As the plan says, it's being modified. There's things that happen. I'm comfortable with that, but I do want to hear how we're getting past that.
In anticipation of that question, okay, here's, Corey, there's 2 slides. This gives the methodology, and this one is an illustration of the same. So you can have up either one.
And I'm ashamed to say I have no idea how to use PowerPoint, so you may have to
it's an
stay with that crazy thing.
This way to get the methodology, and that way to get the illustration.
I'm going to talk about we have clearly difference of opinion with the county as it relates to the inclusion or potential inclusion of agricultural land within the Santa Fe urban renewal area. The city reached out to all of the taxing entities within the Santa Fe urban renewal area and attempted to obtain the consent of those taxing entities. It obtained the consent in writing of South Suburban, of Urban Drainage, and of Littleton Public Schools. Unfortunately, the county refused to consent. The hope was that by obtaining the consent of all taxing entities, that would satisfy the statute. The county believes that in order to include ag land, you need not only consent, but satisfaction of an additional condition within the statute. We just disagree. The Adams County District Court disagrees. I think the legislative history when the ag land was added suggests that the legislature disagrees with the county's interpretation of how to consider ag land. But having said all that, because the county determined they did not want to provide their consent, the city looked at whether the inclusion of ag land satisfied another condition within the statute. And it does. The statute also allows inclusion of ag land if it meets requirements related to the portion of the urban renewal area as a whole containing urban level development, that's the terminology, and also that the urban renewal area as a whole is contiguous with urban level development. And there's percentages, not less than 2/3 of the perimeter of the urban renewal area as a whole is contiguous with urban level development. And then the portion, not less than 1/2 of the urban renewal area as a whole, consists of parcels of land containing urban level development. It's not a term we use regularly, it's a defined term. And really what it means is infrastructure not only coming out of the ground, but at grade. So I would suggest to you urban level development means basically anything other than parks and open space. And when I say parks, I mean open space parks. If you have a basketball court there, I'd suggest that's urban level development. Again, the county disagrees, but see, and I knew I'd lose it. But in doing the calculation of the perimeter and the calculation of the urban renewal area as a whole, the city is comfortable in suggesting that it absolutely meets the criteria. If the county disagrees, either in terms of meeting the criteria or in terms of whether you need to satisfy 2 conditions as opposed to 1, there's a mechanism for that dispute resolution in the statute, and they could certainly choose to pursue that mechanism for dispute resolution.
So, I have a question.
Councilmember Cole.
Of question. The Equine Center, how was that removed? I thought they requested to be removed.
It is not included within the boundaries. It has been removed.
I know, but did they request it?
To the lift board, yes.
Yes, so the answer was yes. So I just wanted to, yeah.
Okay. Other questions at this time, Council? No. Okay. At 10:26 p.m., we're going to open the public hearing. I again will call a name, call on deck, and we'll try to move through this. If it's, I would make the request that if you're going to say the same as you said before, our memories are usually pretty good on the same evening, so if you could give everyone a break on that, that's fine. Mr. Paul Bingham, and on deck is Dustin Pulciani.
Good evening again, Council. I will indeed make this different. I will make it short also. I simply would like to remind you folks of the pictures I showed you a while ago. Some of those pictures are in this very area we're talking about. I would like to throw in a little bit different topic here. The state of California, about 2 years ago, banned urban renewal, period. The reason they did that was after several years and lots of urban renewal, they discovered that it was having a disastrous impact on the finances of districts, cities, counties, and the state. Thank you.
Okay. Dustin, please, and then Greg Merrill. Which one do you need?
Oh, the timer.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
There you go, Dustin.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dustin Polciani. I am a property manager for, excuse me, for the McDonald's Corporation. I work in our regional office here in Denver, and would like to talk about our property located at 5858 South Santa Fe Drive. Immediately after me will be Greg Merrill, who is our franchisee licensee for this location. So just real briefly, McDonald's Corporation is the property owner for this location, and Greg is the business owner. So we'll try to not talk about the same things here, but just wanted to take some time and indicate that we've been at this location. We've owned this property since 1982, so a little over 30 years. Greg has been an operator here since 1990, and he's going to speak to some of the revitalization that we've done on our own that we completed back in 2011 with respect to rebuilding our store and also improving the exterior and the landscaping and the outward appearance of our property. And we feel that what we've done as a revitalization of our own property is aligned with the goals that we've been hearing about tonight for the LIFT program. So basically, to try to be as brief as possible, we're not opposing the program, especially with respect to the Santa Fe North area. What we are here to respectfully request of the council is that our property is removed from the map. I know a lot of people have talked about certain properties that are not in the designation and some that are. I was just looking specifically at our immediate area, and I do realize with the Colorado statute 31-25-103, trying to find at least 4 conditions of a property, or if the property does not meet any of the criteria, if properties nearby have some of those conditions, that it would be included. And I just want to point out that with our rebuild and the revitalization of our location, if you look at the language of the statute, we do not have a deteriorating structure. We do not have currently a property that is unsafe in conditions. We have adequate utilities and improvements, and I think we proved that when we received our permit from the city in order to rebuild our site, again, just several years ago. And I don't believe in, to kind of paraphrase some of the language of the statute and some of the language that in the LIFT documentation that's provided, our store in its current condition is not an impairment to the sound growth of this municipality. And just looking at specifics, there may be areas that the LIFT program is designated as blighted around our property. But I would like to point out, if you look at the map, directly next to us, the gas station is included as a blighted area. However, the properties behind it, which I believe are auto care lots, are not part of the designated blighted area. And then also just, very near us is Arapahoe Community College. Not that much further from our property, they are not included in this designation as well. So again, with respect to the goals of the LIFT program and the recommendations that are being before you today, we just respectfully request that our property is taken out of the designation for the Santa Fe North map. And I would like to include, and I apologize for the error, but my letter that was included in your packet was not signed, and I'd like to just include a signed copy of that. No changes to that letter, so thank you for your time.
And Dustin, I just want to ask you one question. It's not tilting in any direction, but with regard urban renewal areas, plan areas, are you aware that inclusion in a plan area doesn't mean that your particular parcel meets the conditions survey itself? It can just be within an area that does that.
Yes, absolutely, sir. And that's, again, that's why I wanted to point out some of the lots that are adjacent to us or very near us that are not included. And just as, there isn't a a uniform, down Santa Fe on both sides where every single property is included, and we feel that respectfully that our property is taken out of the map.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time, everybody. Thank you.
Greg, and then on deck, Linda Newfinke. Good evening, Greg. Thanks for having a business here.
Mayor and members of the council. Again, don't want to repeat everything that Dustin said, but I have been the licensee for that McDonald's operation since 1990. And over the course of those years, did a lot of reinvestment. And then in 2011, undertook a major project where, in conjunction with McDonald's, we totally tore down the building, redeveloped the entire site, have the latest version of the McDonald's building and everything else that they require, both inside and outside. And it's just my opinion that at this point, we have done everything that the LIFT program, I would think, wants in that type of an area. And for that reason, ask that we be excluded from that LIFT redevelopment program area.
So, thank you, Greg.
Welcome.
Okay. And then on deck after Linda is, excuse me, let me find it, Brian Welter.
I was just going to say I probably could use a Big Mac by now.
Oh, better start going too deep on deck, huh? On deck and in the hole.
Yeah. And after Brian is Betty Harris.
I just wanted to... There we go. Okay, I just wanted to remind you guys of what LIFT excluded, and that's properties owned by the city, South Suburban, open space parcels owned by public entity, and properties that have been recently developed and remodeled. So what we have here is Santa Fe South. As you'll notice, we have the City of Inglewood property. I'm going to do Santa Fe on steroids. The City of Inglewood property, which Arapahoe County called out, you have 10 agricultural parcels. You have a brand new 7-Eleven, and you also have Carson Nature Center, but when you look at the legal descriptions, Carson Nature Center is not included. So when you go to Santa Fe Mid, you have, going from the bottom up, you have Designs by Sundown, which hasn't even started building, Breckenridge Brewery, which is building right now. And if you move up to the top, you have Lee Gulch Open Space, which is owned by the City of Littleton. That was said by LIFT to be excluded. Sorry, it keeps moving for some reason. And then you have South Suburban. There's actually 2 parcels right there. And you have Arapahoe Mental Health, and Gary Sutton has a residential component on that agricultural related property. Here is Santa Fe North. You have 3 parcels going from the bottom up, 3 parcels of South Suburban. You have Platte River Bar and Grill, which was ironically double blighted. It was blighted in the Santa Fe Mid and Santa Fe North, and in the legal descriptions it was cleaned up. You have the City of Littleton, Little's Creek there, and there's another component for the City of Littleton on the other side there. You obviously have the McDonald's, and Lucille's has recently been remodeled. And then 2 that just surprised me, Little's House and the Carnegie Library, which is a melting pot. So these are Littleton's iconic structures. So here's some pictures of those, and then we get to Santa Fe North, Essex House and Riverbend, and then CDOT has 2 parcels, and they're actually defined as open space, owned by public entity. I don't know why this keeps moving like this. Okay, then I just wanted to get into the legal descriptions, and I went back and I looked at the very beginning of what LIFT did in terms of the properties that are included. And so what I found, and I'm going to go through these very fast, is there's some missing properties. Let's see if I can get this right. There's some missing properties. There's 3 parcels that are missing out of the area. I believe it is 1-1, and then we have 2 duplicate properties, and we're missing the Santa Fe Sand and Gravel, and then also we've got a number that doesn't exist in Arapahoe County's property database, and then we've got a number that's wrong again. So just to make sure that you know that we've got historic properties, this is the parcel number for the melting pot in your urban renewal legal descriptions, and here is Little's House in your urban renewal legal descriptions. And so the conclusions are that the LIFT board or the planning commission did not know which properties they voted on or blighted. Furthermore, they didn't stick to their guidelines as to what to include or exclude. And it's only when the legal descriptions were published last Friday that parcels could be identified as included in the urban renewal plan. So exclude some of those properties. You know, Ann gave a description of why we should include historical properties, but this is Littleton's icon. So according to Arapahoe County, they said, we urge the council to review requests for blight designations more carefully. So thank you.
Okay. Betty Harris. And on deck, Marty Bolt.
Good evening again. I'm back. Can I have the overhead projector, please? The Enzor property, which is south of Mineral and west of Santa Fe, which is located in the Santa Fe urban renewal area, is clearly vacant land. The Santa Fe urban renewal plan calls for a tax increment financing area which encompasses the Enzor property. The impact report for the tax increment financing area is attachment 2 of the Santa Fe plan. The report says on page 1, this report outlines the anticipated impact of the proposed Santa Fe urban renewal plan on Arapahoe County. Page 1, which is table 1, which is on page 2 of the report, shows 350 units, residential units, as new development or redevelopment. This triggers section 331-25-1075 of the state urban renewal law. That section of the law says that when an urban renewal area consists of an open area of open land, which under the urban renewal plan is to be developed for residential uses, the council must make the following determinations. 1, a shortage of housing of sound standards and design which is decent, safe, and sanitary exists in the city. 2, the need for housing accommodations has been or will be increased as a result of the clearance of slums in Littleton. 3, the conditions of blight in the Santa Fe urban renewal area and the shortage of decent, safe, and sanitary housing cause or contribute to an increase in and spread of disease and crime and constitute a menace to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare. 4, the acquisition of the area for residential uses is an integral part of and essential to the program of the municipality. This means that you are required by the urban renewal law to make those 4 determinations in order to approve the Santa Fe plan. And as you make these 4 determinations, I hope you will keep the following facts in mind. No one, other than LIFT and the City Council, really believes there's a shortage of decent, safe, and sanitary housing, which is causing an increase in spread in crime and disease. No one other than LIFT and the City Council can possibly believe that there are slum areas of the city containing housing which needs to be cleared. No one other than LIFT and the City Council can possibly believe the city could clear homes from the so-called slums without the use of condemnation. Finally, if you, as a council, cannot make these 4 determinations, then you cannot, by law, approve the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan. Your attorney and LIFT's attorney should have pointed this out to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Marty Bolt, and then Carol Brezak.
Marty Bolt, District 2. I hate to interrupt and take the time, but I understand that the official testimony is on tape now and it's not on written documents, so that in order to say, present again what I've said, it's necessary to be legal, I think. So here I am, and I've got 4 minutes. I don't think I'm going to need all of that. My complaint or problem is still the same. I think it's atrocious that the other consenting groups have the right of passing this stuff on or stopping it, or it appears to stop it because it looks like you're going to go to court because of their failure to support you. Common sense has a problem with this sort of a situation, and the public looks at it that way. The other thing about common sense is or an application of the common sense. We have some peculiar situations here where the gentleman with the McDonald's has this little problem. Incidentally, I ate lunch there today, and after church on Sunday, we all stopped for coffee there. So we're well acquainted with this place. And the average person can't relate to the sophisticated measurement of something that is blighted or isn't right because I see no health problems and I see no safety problems. I did never see a cleanliness problem. I forgot what the lot isn't laid out right. And then it was all built according to your city standards. And to the average person, they think this is stupid, it's ridiculous, and in spite of the fact that you're meeting all of these special conditions that you've got to plot up to call this, say that this place isn't quite right, is ridiculous and a waste of time. That's how the public looks at it. Now, you can comment on chapter and verse and all the laws, but they don't make sense, and the citizens look for things that make sense. That's about it. I did come up with a new acronym for TIF, and it's FM. Don't get worried. It's fiscal mischief. And also for what's going on in Littleton right now, we'll call this the Urban Renewal Express. And I leave you with a minute and 18 minutes of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Carol Brezak and then Marty Brezak.
Hi, Carol Brezak in the 4th District. McDonald's is popular. I start my morning there. You have the most congenial people. And every morning I get this, have a great day. And I mean, it's a great start to my day. Without your $1.07 for my large Diet Coke gets me through the morning. And I've been to other McDonald's and I don't get the same reception. Okay. A lot of what I said earlier applies. It's too bad it's not in the written record. But I'm going to deviate a little bit. One of the observations that I would like to make of the Santa Fe plan, that there is a requirement in the Urban Renewal Law 3125-107-1D that states in the case of an urban renewal plan approved or substantially modified on or after June 1st, 2010, the plan shall include a legal description of the urban renewal area, including the legal description of any ag land proposed for inclusion in the URA. I haven't seen the plan that was up here tonight. I'm assuming it's the same plan that was presented to the planning board, but I've learned that's a bad assumption to make. The Columbine plan that y'all just approved is not the same plan that was put in front of the planning board. So I don't know if this has been added so that you're in compliance with the law or not, but I'd like for it to make sure that it is added. In the Santa Fe urban renewal area, you have several parcels that are considered ag for purposes of urban renewal. Insert, Breckenridge Brewery, Designs by Sundown, all ag land, and have been improperly placed in your urban renewal area. The law requires that these properties be identified with the legal descriptions, so please get that requirement met. I'm going to respond to some of the things that we've heard tonight during the Columbine. A little disjointed. We've been told the eminent domain is something that's impossible to use with this new law, but we also know that the law was rewritten in 2010 to make it almost impossible to include ag land. But yet, that's what you guys are doing tonight. So I don't get much comfort in saying the eminent domain is almost impossible to use, because it does get used, and there are people that give in because of the threat of eminent domain. That's why we applaud the step you took in your resolution. There was a statement made that Littleton Public Schools in South Suburban agreed with the, or disagreed with Arapahoe County in their assessment. But I want to tell you, I attended those meetings. There was no discussion about any kind of agreement with anything that's going on with urban renewal. In fact, they made it very clear they had no position on that. Their only position was to approve an IGA that had the ag land admission included. So it was like, you're going to give them the money, but what they got, or what you got for giving them the money, was their approval for the ag land. I'm not understanding why the TIF is starting. You don't have a project. We heard that with Columbine. You're not going to start the TIF until you have a project, but you're going to be starting the TIF tonight. Why is Breckenridge Brewery and Designs by Sundown included? They have developed their properties with their own money. Urban renewal should not be entitled to an increment that urban renewal is not responsible for creating. At one of the urban renewal meetings, they had talked about eminent domain, and the consultant encouraged them not to exclude the single-family homes because it could create a donut hole. So that if you're talking about aggregating land, that donut hole could create a problem. So that was one of our first inclinations, that we needed to be concerned. This outreach that's been talked about, the mayor from Belmar talked about the 2 years that they put together with a group of 21 citizens, some of whom opposed what they were doing, and they included them, and they really worked hard to get some understanding. Your outreach has not been outreach. Your outreach is limited to your discussion in a study session, and then for us to listen to it. You have not had a community-wide meeting to discuss urban renewal prior to last Tuesday night, and even then, that wasn't a communication. That was something where you spoke to us and did not allow any dialogue to happen. Thank you.
Marty, and then David Barron, excuse me.
Hey, Doug, you up there? I was going to repeat it for the record, but I got more important things to talk about, especially what Michael Penny said when he discussed about the plan versus the project. He stated that the LIFT and the council will negotiate on a project-by-project basis with Arapahoe County. Since you are going to negotiate the increment on a project basis, but you also stated, or he also stated, that you have increment agreements with LPS, South Suburban, and Urban Drainage. Well, it sounds like the IGAs don't exist because they were for specific projects or plans or whatever you guys want to talk about. So for the staff and the LIFT board to go out and talk about all of these agreements, they don't have them because the projects don't exist. Okay? Pretty simple. So, tell me how the increment will be negotiated with each project and with the city of Littleton. Please, discuss that tonight. Thank you. And then we won't have to go talk about how you kind of went around your resolution.
Thank you, Marty. David Barron, then Doug Clark and Susan Neese on deck.
Call them on deck, yeah. Dave's not here, apparently. Dave's not here, man. He's actually in favor. Oh, no way.
Go.
Move
The
it over.
proposed Doug Clark, District 4. The proposed Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan is a literal repeat of the failed riverfront redevelopment urban renewal plan. 34 years ago, the City Council found that blight existed in the riverfront area and formed the Riverfront Authority to remedy that blight. The name of the authority has been changed to LIFT. The conditions of blight delineated in that resolution in 1980 were inadequate street layout, faulty lot layout, and unusual topography. Now, 34 years later and some $40 million later, you have before you a plan which blights that same riverfront area with the exact same conditions of blight. Specifically, inadequate street layout, faulty lot layout, and unusual topography. The chairman of LIFT stated that the blight on riverfront has never been remedied, listing the same blight conditions now that riverfront had in 1980 makes that very obvious. But what's really great about all this is that after being under control of LIFT for 34 years and LIFT losing millions and millions of dollars on the project, the area now is actually worse than what it was in 1980, because according to the LIFT, the area not only has those same 3 conditions of blight that it had in 1980, it now has 5 more new conditions of blight, which you can see on there. So $40 million and 34 years, and it gets worse under the stewardship of LIFT. I think it's incredible chutzpah and astounding incompetence on the part of LIFT to include the riverfront area in the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan, but perhaps I'm being a bit too harsh. Perhaps the LIFT commissioners simply forgot that there already exists a riverfront urban renewal area and the riverfront redevelopment plan. Because as I said, the reality is that the riverfront area is already in an existing urban renewal area that has been approved by the City Council. And that urban renewal area already has an urban renewal plan that has been approved by the Council. Neither LIFT nor the Council have retired or done away with the riverfront redevelopment plan. It's obvious that the original blight still exists. And neither LIFT nor the Council have declared the blight to be remedied, the plan to be accomplished, or otherwise in any way dissolved the riverfront urban renewal area. You can't have the same property in 2 different urban renewal areas under 2 different urban renewal plans at the same time, which is exactly what you were attempting to do with riverfront being included in the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan. And I have to tell you that when you tell us that we don't need to worry about the new urban renewal losing millions and millions and millions of dollars like riverfront did, we have a tendency not to have a great deal of confidence if you can't even come up with a plan that correctly includes property or excludes property, where you can't get the legal description correct and where you can't meet the legal requirements. Thank you.
Susan? And then on deck, Pam Chadbourne.
My name is Susan Neese, a Littleton resident, and I'd like to highlight a few things. First, this is a picture along Mineral Avenue, less than a quarter mile northeast of the intersection with Santa Fe Drive. It gives you an idea of the surrounding community where land is being determined blighted, considered substantially impairing the city, and in need of TIF's financial assistance. We also have Aspen Grove, the Berkshire Apartments, and the Mineral Avenue Light Rail Station to the north, Polo Reserve and new apartments going up to the west, and South Park on the east side. As I've stated before to this council, I believe the agricultural lands are being unlawfully placed into the URA, and that the assessor's office's reference manual supports my understanding of the law. Also, I believe the area does not comply with the referenced exception requirements. One reason being that the requirement that 2/3 of the area's perimeter be contiguous with urban level development doesn't appear to be met, since the majority of the west, south, and north perimeters of the area, which appear to be more than 1/3 of the whole perimeter, are contiguous with agricultural lands, open space, and Hudson Gardens, which I don't believe are urban level development as defined by the statute. I also agree with what Betty Harris said, and also wanted to point out that in spite of letter J of the resolution before you, there is not a requirement that the entirety of the area consist of open land for CRS 3125-107, number 5, and that is my opinion. I've already read the definition of a blighted area. I also want to remind you what the city website says about TIFs. A TIF district is an area in a city where a portion of the district has been unable to afford improvement or attract private investment for improvement and revitalization. I have not been convinced by what I have seen or heard that the land south of Mineral Avenue are blighted, that they belong in the proposed urban renewal area, especially since the area is supposed to be created as narrowly as is feasible, or that they need to be placed in a TIF area for financial assistance. Also, regarding a floodplain issue, in August, after I understood that it was being raised as an issue, I called the city offices in the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District to learn and understand more. My understanding from those calls is that the properties are not in a FEMA floodplain, are in Zone X like much of the city. The major concern is with Jackass Gulch, and the key problem needing to be fixed with it is located on land northeast of the Mineral Avenue and Santa Fe Drive intersection, outside of the proposed URA. Also, is it correct that the section of the gulch that lies on the land south of Mineral Avenue and west of Santa Fe appears to have been excluded from the URA? In addition, my understanding is that the floodplain issue, although requiring an additional expense for a developer, does not prevent the properties from being marketable and developable. And this is my final understanding. The urban renewal law is about slums and blighted areas and the removal and mitigation. TIF, other financing mechanisms, and eminent domain are some of the tools for dealing with slums and blighted areas under the statute. They're not the purpose of the urban renewal law. The law's purpose is not economic development or the enhancement of tax revenue. These are actually prohibited as purposes for eminent domain by Colorado law, along with related provisions within the urban renewal statute. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Pam and Pete McClintock on deck. And after Pete, Don Bruce.
Council, thank you for sticking with us this late. It's an important issue. I live across the street from the Essex House Motel. And one of my problems with these urban renewal areas is that the planning board, start the timer, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Is that the planning board in the comprehensive plan never dealt with the contiguous areas in the affected properties, nothing to protect us. So there's a very glib statement that the law protects the property owners and everything, but the city has failed, I think, at its due diligence to people like me, and there's a ton of us, because these areas are huge, who live next to them. There's going to be an impact to us, and I'm going to guarantee you that it is not all rosy and blue sky. We are going to be surrounded by people who want to take our property, and there will be pressure and suffering and pain. And the city could have done something about it. Perhaps you could still. And I would like to believe that the city cares. I'm not seeing it. Okay, that's my personal statement, and I rarely, I think, ask you for personal things. So, I talked about Tom Christopite's presentation about Riverfront Authority and his perception of what happened several months ago. So this is my interpretation of what Tom said at a pub. He observed that his direction was let the developer lead the way. And that led to failure. It wasn't the market, because any good development is going to be able to weather something like that. Or at least this is a major something that the city can prevent. The city can't prevent economic downturns, but it can deal with these kind of things. Don't trust the developer leads the way, and that's exactly what these areas do. Tom did not question the design that Ryder gave to the URA because City Council told him, let the developer lead the way. Ryder built big, and their market analysis was wrong. And that is fundamental. And that's what led to the project failure. 4 months after the contract was signed with Ryder, for whatever reason, the Urban Renewal Authority went to Boulder and got a second opinion from a design firm there. And that independent analysis found that there was not an adequate market in this area to support the Riverfront Center concept. Now, that's due diligence. That's what I expect my city to do. That's what I expect staff to do and give that marching order lift. Don't even get it in the area unless that's done. And the other thing that the city needs to do is set up criteria for selecting good developers. So one of the comments Tom made was that negotiations with Ryder were undercut by the urban renewal plan. Once the urban renewal plan was approved, he said rezonings were a slam dunk. And one of you mentioned that tonight. I appreciate that, and I forget who, but this was Tom's experience. So what the city should do is set limits in the plan that rein in what developers can bring, or define it so that it serves the city. But that couldn't be negotiated by the URA because Ryder pointed to this ambitious UR plan, which didn't constrain their big design. We're repeating the same failure now. And let me just close by saying, it's kind of like saying football is great, UR is great. Well, no, when you play football, you say we're going to play the game, but then you set up strategies before you get to the game. You don't wait for the specific game. You do all sorts of work before you get there. And that's what we should do with urban renewal. So I urge you to vote against this, kick it back to planning board to do community assessments and consensus building, and kick it back to LIFT to get it right and correct all their errors, and then bring it back later when it's ready.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Council.
Is Don Bruss here? And then James Donnelly. Good evening, Don.
Greetings, Council. Don Bruns, District 4, over on South Costilla Street. I have one observation to make and pose 3 questions. The observation is that on pages 12 and 21, the plan still refers to eminent domain. I'm not sure why that's still there. And on page 21, relocation, in context, I'm not sure what that means. It raises questions. My 3 questions are, how does the city propose to soften the resulting hardcore urban interface with the Greenway and its impact on the city's strong sense of place with the Greenway, the open space experiences that the Greenway provides, and the associated wildlife and the impacts on it, etc. I think that it's unclear why none of the 4 visioning elements from the general plan related to community character on page 10, which are specifically respect and build upon the city's history, foster its small-town, family-friendly character, value the importance of its citizens and its natural resources, and strive for sustainability in economic, environmental, and social decisions. We know these need to be balanced. It's unclear why those are not worked into the plan and purpose, the plan, purpose, and vision statement, which is on page 9, which only says the purpose of the plan is to reduce, eliminate, and prevent the spread of blight. and to stimulate growth and investment within the area boundaries. And it's also not reflected in the items which are enumerated on page 11. There appears to be an objective inconsistency between the plan, between the citywide plan's local objectives and those in the Santa Fe area plan. The second observation has to do with traffic, and Councilwoman Brinkman, I know you know about this because in a former life you stood with the citizens to stand against the Walmart proposal because of the huge traffic impact. And that's been mentioned before tonight. And I think that the plan mentions on page 34 traffic mode, but it doesn't deal with volume. And as we all know, Santa Fe is routinely choked. And we have this problem with sense of place over here on this hand and over here, traffic. And I don't know if you decide to slow down the train or not, but if you do, EPA has this wonderful book called Community Culture and the Environment, A Guide to Understanding Sense of Place. I think you could benefit from this. It's a good book. My next question has to do with, and it's related to that, which is the impact report itself. I didn't get a chance to read it, but over on page 8, I'm just wondering what kind of impacts that documents. Because the impacts to the human environment are what really matter and what we've heard so much about from my neighbors and our fellow citizens. What are the impacts on home and workplace, on the economic livelihood of people who live here, their sense of place, value for the community, the whole thing in culture and community, and really what are the impacts of adjoining lands on the people. So thank you, and I hope you'll consider those elements as well.
Thank you, Don. And James Donnelly. Then John.
My name is James Donnelly. I've lived in Littleton in the same house on South Spotswood Street in District 4 since 1978. And I've owned the Evergreen Motel on South Santa Fe Drive in District 1 since 1980, nearly 35 years. Last summer, during the LIFT presentations and urban renewal boundary approval time, I asked both at a meeting and later, more formally by letter, for the Evergreen Motel to be excluded from this. Those requests were denied. I trust Council has now seen another letter presented yesterday, once again requesting our exclusion from the program. The motel is the last remnant from the Centennial Racetrack era of the early 50s. It was built in 1954. It was home to professional trainers and jockeys during the racing season for many years. The 50s saw quite a number of motels built along Santa Fe Drive, which were supported by the racetrack. Now they're all demolished or repurposed into apartments. Restaurants such as the original Abe's Cafe, gone forever. Admittedly, the Evergreen Motel has seen its ups and downs. In the last several years, we have undertaken many improvements both inside and out. The parking lot has been repaired. Probably most noticeably, the sign has been completely repainted to its original state. It will soon get all new neon, replacing what had suffered irreparable hail damage over the years. A new roof is on the way, and the entire exterior is about to be repainted. We've needed no outpouring of public funds to do this. It has been slow, but private, at a pace the business could afford. In the early 80s, we saved a house built in 1926, about to be demolished as the McDonald's next door was being built for the first time. We moved it to its current location. It was rehabilitated and has served as the manager's residence ever since. Incidentally, our manager at the time is still the manager today. We are now about to apply to both the City of Littleton and the Colorado Historical Society for landmark status. The property is a small parcel, only about a half an acre, not very well suited for any other purpose. The newly rebuilt McDonald's occupies the parcel immediately to the south. The Littles Creek drainage channel is immediately to the north, effectively removing the motel from the floodplain. Colorado law indicates that boundaries for any urban renewal plan be drawn as narrowly as possible to achieve its purpose, and we can see no possible reason for the motel to be included. Once again, I respectfully request that we be excluded from the urban renewal plan. On one other related subject, shortly after the South Santa Fe urban renewal area boundary was approved by LIFT, I was contacted by Mr. Stein and asked if a motel might be available for sale. I responded emphatically that it was not. It would seem to me that if he's interested as a professional developer in pursuing blighted properties in Littleton, perhaps he should not be voting as a city council member on approval of the plan defining the blight. Thank you.
Thank you for your request.
Good evening again. Name John Christopherson, Deputy County Attorney with Arapahoe County. As with the Columbine Square Urban Renewal Plan, I was asked by the Arapahoe County Board of County Commissioners to address City Council with regard to the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan. And again, I have copies of the letters with regard to this plan between the city, the county and the city that I'll provide for the record as well. I will address some of the issues that were in the letter and one additional issue as well. First, with regard to this plan, the regard to proposed inclusion of agricultural property within the Santa Fe plan. Littleton has taken the position, as presented by council today, that compliance with one of the requirements in Colorado Revised Statutes, section 3125-107, subparagraph 1C2, is all that is needed to include agricultural property in the Urban Renewal Authority. However, compliance with all of the requirements of Colorado Revised Statute, section 3125-107, subparagraph 1C3, is also required. This interpretation is supported by the Colorado Division of Property Taxation, as well as the plain language of the statute, which reads as follows. Notwithstanding any other provision of this Part 1, for a period commencing on June 1st, 2010, and concluding 10 years from June 1st, 2010, and in addition to the provisions of subparagraph 2 of this paragraph 3, no area that has been designated as an urban renewal area shall contain any agricultural land unless all three of the requirements are met, including the agricultural land is contiguous with an urban renewal area in existence as of June 1st, 2010. In addition, House Bill 10-1107 was passed to limit the inclusion of agricultural property within an urban renewal area. The House presented that bill with subsection 2, which is what council has said is all that is required. The Senate then added subsection 3, which, as I said, states, in addition to the provisions of subparagraph 2 of subparagraph C, no area shall be designated as urban renewal unless area shall contain an agricultural land unless. So the presentation from council is that from Littleton's and Lift Council is you don't have to apply that position. That also is an inaccurate statement with regard to Adams County case. That was a case that was two citizens sued the Urban Renewal Authority on several claims based on the urban renewal action taken by the urban renewal. One of those claims was that the citizens presented that agricultural land was included and it didn't comply with subsection 2 and subsection 3. The court dismissed that claim based on being untimely. The court never discussed the merits of whether section 2 and section 3 are applied. Therefore, it has not been addressed at the court level. The agricultural properties in the Santa Fe plan do not meet any of the requirements of subsection 3 that I read to the council. Therefore, the county objects to their inclusion. Second, the county impact report. Talked about that with the Columbine Square. Very similar comments that we have, that there is not a project, therefore it's difficult for the county to be able to determine how this will affect. One of the statements was that the sales tax, the county will still receive their sales tax, therefore, and I forget the term, but it's similar to revenue neutral, it's not going to affect the county. The county sales tax is for open space. It is not for anything that goes to the general fund. So the fact that the Urban Renewal Authority won't be taking the sales tax doesn't mean it doesn't affect the county. In addition, there was a mention that the property is within the city of Littleton only, and that doesn't have any effect on the county. The assessor still has to assess the property, and there are property tax evaluation appeals. They have to deal with all that as well as the treasurer having to collect all the taxes. So the other comments are very similar to what we had in the last, and again, the full comments are made in the letter as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. That concludes the roster. Would the applicant, Jim, Corey, Ann, care to comment?
Just to make a couple of comments on some of the statements.
Sorry, Jim, I need to close the public hearing at 11:18.
Now? Okay. I think the two most important things that came out tonight were the requests for removal of 2 parcels that are included in the plan. I would argue against that if we could, that it's necessary for that areas to be addressed. There are conditions found in the condition study that need to be addressed on those parcels and immediately adjacent to those parcels. So I would respectfully disagree that they should be taken out of the plan. In regards to, there were some comments made regarding the legal descriptions. I don't believe that those are correct, but if they are, we will definitely go double check the legal descriptions to make sure they definitely include everything that was supposed to be in that area. To my knowledge, they're correct. I'm not going to address the open land issue. I will let Corey talk about that as far as the inclusion of lands that are going to be used for residential purposes. We don't simply know what they are at this point in time, so you can't say there's actually going to be residential on there. The impact reports do include numbers for residential property, residential development on the Enzer property. That's because, again, that's a hypothetical situation where we had to produce the numbers that would show the impact. It could be a various number of things, and the mix could be totally different. So until we know that, we really can't say that there's any residential going to be developed at all. We don't have any exact plans. I think that's about all I'm going to say about there was a statement made about the Riverfront project and this project overlapping. The Riverfront project expired after 25 years. The urban renewal plan no longer is invalid. So, Corey, did you want to say anything more? Okay, Ann?
Answer questions if there are any.
Maybe just one thing. Do I need to announce myself? No. Okay. The reference to Lakewood taking 2 years, that was when Belmar was actually proposed. It was like an actual project, and I would imagine that any project that comes forward in this area will be vetted through the appropriate entitlement process of planning board and council and meetings and all of that. I mean, that's a multi-million-dollar project. So this is just simply setting up a plan area and potentially a TIF area. And then I don't even know where to begin saying this is the first community meeting and there hasn't been one. I handed you, I don't know, what was it, 80 lines of events. Yes, some of them are phone calls, but there have been numerous community meetings and they've been in the newspaper articles and advertised and on the website and links to the city's website. Anybody could come. We had anybody come. So I don't even know where to begin on that. And then on the melting pot, I definitely wanted to address that. In fact, almost on most of the buildings that were shown when they were, being projected, again, I encourage you to go back and look at the 11 factors and many, many, many of those factors were things that are part of the environment that were impacting. Very few, if any, of those properties got cited for factor A, which is a building that's dilapidated. McDonald's did not. Melting Pot did not. I'm not sure about the other reference to the house, but I did the survey. I did 100% of the survey myself, not somebody else, and it was very rare that I would say, you know, unless it's super obvious about a structure. So to keep saying that's a blighted property, they've kind of missed the point at the beginning, which is that it's about the environment, it's about the area, and that includes the roadways and everything else. So I just want to make sure we're clear that, you know, Melting Pot's great, nothing wrong with the building, just conditions in the area.
And I'm going to ask a question that gets us ahead of ourselves. When a base value is determined for TIF, can you go over that again?
Oh, sure. So in any TIF area, and as many of you know, you can have, you know, there's geographies that work down, but if you have an urban renewal area, you can have one TIF that's coterminous with those boundaries, or you can have separate TIFs within that area, which is what's being proposed for Santa Fe. So what would happen is, were you to adopt the plan tonight with that TIF provision in that area, that would essentially establish, there's two bases, although I think you're not including sales tax if and until a project comes forward. So from a property tax standpoint, you go back to the base that we've recorded in the impact report would be double-checked with the county assessor, but it's as of the last, you know, the most recent assessment. And then you take those values and, you know, for years people have misused the term it freezes the base, because the base absolutely does not freeze, it steps up. And so what happens is that value is the beginning point for the TIF district. And then as every other year when there's a general assessment, which happens everywhere to every property regardless of urban renewal, there's typically over several years you see this adjustment up in the base because the general reassessment brings those values back. That stays with the taxing entities. So it's not that people are frozen in time for 25 years. They continue to get that reassessment increase. It's only the new dollars that are coming in, and only because of reinvestment in the area, that goes back to the authority. So the true picture of it is a stair step. That's what the base does, is it stair steps up. Now, if you have a great recession like we did, interestingly, I went back and looked at some of our bases that we had established before '08 and between the period '08 to 2012. And actually several still went up despite the recession because of, you know, the formula used for general reassessment, and some didn't, some were flat. But you don't look at it as 1 year. 1 year is not a trend. You look at it over the 25 years, and generally it's a step up.
Littleton went up.
I have a question.
It went up?
Yeah.
So could you explain again what you were saying about Mr. Donnelly's property and the McDonald's and so forth, in terms of it's not their property, it's the street?
Yeah, that's, I mean.
Okay, so wait a minute. So I hear that piece if you're saying that. Why then should schools and the college be excluded? Because they have a huge piece of street going past them.
They could.
But they're excluded. All the churches and the schools.
It wasn't my decision. You'd have to ask the ultimate deciders of the boundary. I have no idea. I can't answer that.
And so there's no way that we can eliminate them, those two properties?
No, that's entirely up to you. If I were you guys, I'd come up with some criteria, because I think those are two incredibly different parcels and properties.
Well, yeah, but so statute requires a plan for properties for a program of voluntary repair and rehabilitation of buildings and improvements. So I'm assuming improvements must in some way relate to streets?
It absolutely can. I mean, go back,
But how can the property owner be responsible for improving the street that goes in front of his place?
He wouldn't be responsible for that. You're assuming that the McDonald's would come in and ask for TIF funding and be required to make an improvement in the street. He likely won't because his property's already improved. But if there's another parcel, another property within the area that has to make improvements, I can't speak specifically, but in my experience, I'm guessing Breckenridge Brewery had to make some off-site improvements. Something, usually it's drainage or, sewer capacity or, flood rerouting or whatever it is. Those kinds of improvements are very typical. And so in that instance, that would be an improvement in the public realm that would have to be made to accommodate. Sometimes they have to put in stoplights because of the traffic, issues were brought up.
So I'm still trying to understand because somebody else, you all have already, Lyft has already excluded the Equine Center. I understand that. So I'm trying to understand what it is specifically about these two properties of people who are here tonight requesting to be removed, having their properties removed. Because, I think we have to decide to take up that issue, yes or no, or to ignore it. So can you help some more?
Well, I guess what I would say is you need to, like in everything you guys do, bless your hearts, you have to use your good judgment. And, whatever your criteria are, I could offer some, but I don't want to. But I would consider the properties not only on their individual merit, but what they contribute or detract from the area, which ones could benefit from urban renewal financing or improvements, which could catalyze additional property improvement. What's their role in the corridor? Those are all legitimate criteria to decide whether to include them or not.
Mr. Mayor? No, go ahead.
I don't know if this will help or not, but I think what we're dealing with here seems to be the stigma of urban renewal versus the reality of urban renewal. And I think that's what you're seeing here with these parcels wanting to be taken out, is that there's a fear that somehow with this designation of blight or being included in an urban renewal plan, that somehow that's going to affect your ability to market your property in the future or redevelop it. And I simply would disagree that that's the case.
Well, I'm looking for some kind of what we like to call policy thinking here in terms of if the equine property was eliminated, what's the basis for then saying two other properties that wish to be excluded can't be?
I think in the case of the equine property, I think and I'm trying to speak for the Lyft board here because I didn't make the vote, but I believe their reasoning at the time was the parcels at the very, very south end of the whole entire urban renewal area, there's very little likelihood that there's going to be any redevelopment in that area. And the frontage on Santa Fe, being that it's in the state highway right away, probably very little likelihood that there's going to be much impact in that area, so they took it out.
See, and I probably think exactly the opposite, but anyway, so.
Okay.
But
Well, I think an infill parcel is connected, it's integral, that's a compact area of the corridor, it's going to have an impact on the other parcels, absolutely.
Councilmember Brinkman?
Regarding the properties that want to be excluded, it's my understanding that there's no harm if they're in an urban renewal authority. There's no harm. They are property owners. They're private property owners. They hold on to their property. If somebody wants to come along and offer them to buy their property knowing it's in an urban renewal, then those are decisions that can be made. But there is nothing that happens to anything. If at some point they wanted to take advantage of the opportunities provided by an urban renewal authority. We've heard the McDonald's talk about 2 or 3 remodels that he's had to do. The authority stays open for 25 years. So if in 15 years corporate says, we have a new design, do you want to then would he be able to take advantage of the authority, the opportunities afforded at that point?
Yeah, of course you would. You know, as long as there's enough time left to generate some increment, yeah.
Okay. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
Okay, make a motion to approve the resolution approving the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan, including the, with the inclusion of the McDonald's and the Evergreen, which may not need to stay in the motion. May have got that clumsy.
Inclusion or exclusion? I didn't.
Keep them in the urban renewal plan.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Council discussion?
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
So, out there, so is it possible in the future, if the Evergreen and McDonald's were now excluded, that they could ask to be included?
Anybody can come to the authority board and request either their own urban renewal area or to be added to an existing area. They just are required to be connected by a right-of-way, and that can include railroad tracks or roads, or, you know, the lawyers will decide exactly how vague you can get with that. But yes, anybody can request, and then the lift board would have to go through an amendment to the plan to amend those boundaries.
And basically, that would be a major amendment to the plan. So we would basically be almost, not quite, but almost starting over to include those properties in there.
Well, small piece given.
It still requires by
but
statute,
it
would be
but
considered an amendment, yeah.
I'm just wanting to hear what is possible. So thank you.
Yes.
Other discussion from City Manager?
Just to Councilmember Cole's question about it, I mean, one of the reasons you would exclude government entities is there's no increment.
Is what?
There's no increment in the tax paid because there's no tax base paid. So there's no benefit to having a city hall included or ACC included because they're tax exempt.
No,
so
I understand
they're not
that
paying
piece.
it. But you asked the question earlier, and so that's why I commented on it. And then on these properties that you guys are discussing, I think the question becomes, again, it's similar to that, is what is the increment that you're expecting to see from including those properties in the district? And so if you've got a property that has the potential for growth, there's your increment. If you have a property that does not have the potential for growth, you're not going to see as much of an increment. You may see some, but it's going to be minimal versus what could happen. So if you take the McDonald's as an example, you're probably not going to see much growth coming out of that because unless they expand it, more seats in the restaurant, that type of thing. But the increment is their post-remodel, just in terms of criteria as you think about inclusion or exclusion.
Councilmember Brinkman, comments? You made the motion.
Okay. Well, my only comment, to what Michael said is, I mean, I think when you look at the urban renewal, you have to look at the 25-year span. So if, in fact, in 10 or 15 years, either one of them wanted to do any additional remodel, then that would change things, and they'd be in the authority and have those opportunities. So I support this. I do support keeping the Evergreen and the McDonald's in the plan, primarily because it is a no harm situation, and I don't want to do harm to any of the businesses, but I think that by being in the plan, it offers them the opportunity that at some point, if there is such a need or desire, that they have that opportunity to take advantage of the TIF. And I guess most of what I said prior also then would apply to this. I support this. I support the Santa Fe plan. And I think that, it's interesting because there is a number of parcels being developed along there, and the Breckenridge Brewery is not in there all on its own. We are doing a tax share back with them, and we also did a tax share back with the King Soopers. And that's kind of a TIF without an urban renewal authority. So, you know, we are working with these guys, and I think Ann made a good point. Some of the things that need to be done, you know, Breck is putting in a road, they're putting in a street light, they've had major drainage issues. And so that is a stretch in our community. That Santa Fe stretch is a stretch that has massive issues because of the drainage way, because of the CDOT highway, because of, we have got little water things that come in and out of those properties, Plum Creek, there's a gulch, there's a variety of things. Having sat on the South Platte Working Group for 7 years, it has been very interesting to watch the challenges that we faced as we were looking at parcels along the river to buy for open space with the drainage issues and with those types of things. So it's a challenging area, but it's also a very, 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 very viable area for an incredible opportunity for us to see some good development in there, some of the right development. Quite honestly, you know, I look at what Breck is doing over there, and I don't know what their final dollar amount's going to be on, and I know they're probably at least 30% over what they thought they were going to spend. Their investment that they're making is going to have such an impact on what Littleton is, and what the economics and the vibrancy and the attraction and the draw. And for us to make a commitment to working on that corridor, I think shows a sign of partnership with the partners that have already joined us. So I'm supporting.
Okay. Councilmember Beckman?
Yeah, I actually want to recognize the wishes of the private property owners. Our plan says in 6.5, modify the plan. Cliff may propose and the city council may make modifications to this plan as may be necessary, provided they're consistent with the comprehensive plan and any subsequent updates. And it goes on a little bit further, but I think there's a provision there that if down the road they see an opportunity that they would prefer to be in here, there's the plan's designed to do that. It may be complicated, but I think that's part of it. I want to respect their private property rights. I think part of it is also council's trying to make a point about being not overly invasive and be willing to work with people, and I think this is a good example to live up to that. But I do support urban renewal up and down the corridor of Santa Fe. So unfortunately, if I vote no to include them in the plan and it passes, then I'm registered as a no vote on the entire issue, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Motion.
So yeah, I'd like to make
You can request to split the motion.
Yeah, I think we should split. I want to make the recommendation to split the motion because I think we may lose some solidarity to the issue because of splitting, including that in that amendment. So I don't know. I guess the individual motion that I'm looking for is to vote the opposite way, to exclude them from the plan, yes or no.
So Ken, we're looking for a split of consideration of including the two properties that have made the specific written request for exclusion and the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan itself. So since they're there, we want to split those because council would like to see that, and I think that's only a request, and that means we split them, right?
Well, I guess
That's Robert's rules?
Yeah, that's our rules.
I'm wondering what you mean by splitting them, because you have a motion to include it as the entire plan, and one way to address Councilmember Beckman's question is to move to amend the main motion.
Okay, so that's the better way to go.
Exclude those properties.
Okay.
I don't know that it's a better way to go. It's an equally appropriate way to go than to vote on two separate motions.
Let's just divide the question.
You would make an amendment to exclude the two properties. Amend the motion. Make the motion to amend.
Amend the motion to exclude the two properties.
And the two you're referring to are?
Are the Evergreen Motel and the McDonald's, both with Santa Fe addresses.
Second.
A motion and second on the amendment. Now our discussion is restricted to the amendment at the moment.
Okay. May I?
Unless Bruce would like to comment
No,
first.
please.
He already made.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So perhaps Mr. Hoffman or Mr. Fellman, I need to, can you help clarify are there any encumbrances placed upon a property from its inclusion in an urban renewal area?
Legal encumbrances or
Take any,
perceived
I mean,
encumbrances?
lien, mortgage, insurance, legal, anything that you're aware of from potential inclusion in this
No, my
area?
opinion is no, and I'm looking over at Corey Hoffman, and he agrees with me.
So so the request so there's not, all right, I understand what you're saying. I have another one here on this.
While you're cogitating that, can I ask a question?
Please.
Ann, give me criteria that would be reasonable to exclude those two properties.
So I had a few, and I was thinking, so to go back to the logic on the southernmost parcel, that seemed obvious to me for the same reasons that Jim said, that it was on the edge, and you're kind of chipping away at the edge. And when you start to take pieces out of the middle, you can end up, there's terms that are used like missing teeth and things like that. And so you could have gaps in where the dollars could be used. So, you start to have streets and improvements.
But the fact that these are on the east side of Santa Fe, there's no properties behind them.
Yeah, you can end up like with single loaded improvements. Now that's a big assumption, because that assumes everybody on one side's going to and the other's not. But generally in a commercial corridor, any kind of retail street, what you're trying to do is have a similar face on both sides, so you don't become lopsided and all the investment goes. In fact, somebody brought up the Thornton interchange, and that's exactly why we did that. We set up a revenue sharing district so that everybody who obviously wanted to go to, I can't remember if it was Westminster or Broomfield because it was a better retail address, we wanted to encourage them to go to Thornton, and we wanted the improvements on I-25 to be the same. So that's why we set that up. So it's the same idea there, is to try and keep that balanced.
I wasn't looking for a way to argue to include. I was looking for the argument to exclude.
To exclude. So to exclude, to exclude is, it's still voluntary. To use the tool is voluntary. So they could be in and never choose to, and it'd be the same as being out and never electing to. I mean, you're either deciding for them that you want to make this available because you can see farther down the road, and you have more knowledge about the fact that it's not a negative and all of that. But from a city perspective, I would just be looking at the balance of improvements. And you don't want it to be lopsided in the middle of your area.
Can I ask a question? So I was at the LIFT meeting when the Equine Center, the meeting before, the meeting then, the meeting after. I don't remember any of the kinds of issues that are being stated now being at all related to the allowing them to be excluded.
So as Jim said, at the risk of speaking on their behalf, we were explaining this. I did hear them talk about the fact that it's at the end and, how much impact would it have. So we're taking it a step further and saying that's how we interpreted their comments. I happen to agree, and you remember, if you were at that meeting, we were not asked what our opinion was. They completely discussed it themselves. I'm just adding detail to what they said, and that was simply my interpretation of what they were saying, and I, happen to agree with it. You can go back and check the record.
Bruce, did you finish what you wanted to say, or?
I didn't.
Okay. Mayor?
Sure, Randy.
Yeah, you are.
So speaking of which, I am guilty of frequently quoting Councilmember Stallman by musing that in some cases there's a distinction without a difference. In this case, I believe that there is a distinction with a difference. There's been some claims and some testimony that by council approving this plan as it currently exists and is proposed, that we're going to be tromping on private property rights. We've now heard from council that that is in fact not true, and I am also somewhat familiar with the statutes, and I believe that it is not true. We on council are elected sometimes to make difficult and unpopular decisions, not those that are popular or feel good. And quite honestly, as I've been mulling this over in my mind, not only just tonight, but in the previous couple days and weeks, I've thought, you know, it would just be easier just to say, let's, or I can't speak for the other counselors, but perhaps I would just, path of least resistance, let's allow these two parcels to be excluded, move on. It's a feel-good. Everybody feels that they gave a little and got a little bit, but in fact, I don't believe that that is the legally appropriate thing to do. Councilmember Brinkman mentioned moments ago that we need to support our other partners, such as Breckenridge, who have made enormous investments and taken enormous risks in this town. And although there's been testimony, and I'm just getting a little far afield here, but I'll wrap it back up, Mayor, that King Soopers and Breck didn't take advantage of TIF and they didn't use urban renewal. The fact is that the city did partner with them, and the city does appreciate their investments. And we need to be not afraid to be innovative and out of the box and attempt to compete on a level playing field with some of our neighbors. Most importantly, Denver, which has experienced hundreds of millions of dollars of positive, vital economic growth as a result of its urban renewal efforts yearly, and most importantly, recently with urban renewal at the Union Station. So I am going to make the unpopular and difficult personal decision to do what I believe is the right thing, even though it is probably not going to go over very well, and I will not vote in favor of the amended motion.
Okay. Other comments? Council, the amendment is before us. What it would do is a vote in favor of the amendment would exclude Mr. Donnelly's property and the McDonald's as well in this. So it will change the main motion by an amendment. Yes. So council ready to vote?
The vote is 5 in favor, with council members Brinkman and Stein voting no. The motion carries.
Okay. We're now to the main motion as amended, excluding the two properties. Additional discussion. Back to you, Bruce.
Thank you. Very quickly on this, maybe if Mr. Hoffman wouldn't mind coming up for one encore.
The first encore.
Yes, sir.
The go back to the county ag provision. Can you provide a little color from your perspective?
Certainly. Council for the county talked about looking at the plain language, and I would suggest to you that when you look at the plain language of the statute, there are some very purposely placed ors, the word or, throughout the statute. One very specifically that relates to the county's ability or the assessor's ability to provide notice to the city of Littleton or to a city if it objects. And it talks about if the assessor provides notice that the inclusion of the land in the urban renewal area is consistent with one of the conditions specified in subparagraph 2 or 3 of paragraph C of subsection 1 of this section. The "or" is critical. And so it is clear we have something to argue about. It is clear the statute creates a whole host of ability for us to respectfully disagree. But I think if you look at the statute as a whole, read in context, and take a look at the legislative history and the addition of the final subsection, that the much better argument is that you only need to meet one of the exceptions.
Okay, all right.
Corey, before you leave, because this is on subject, how does this get resolved?
There is if the county chooses to make a formal objection, there is a process where ultimately we can have the district court resolve it.
Okay. And then before Ann leaves the room, I just wanted to, oh, okay, go back to you, Bruce.
Second question I wanted to just revisit real quickly. I don't recall the statute. I remember looking at it, and I couldn't find it playing around on LexisNexis, but the issue of refinding blight in a previously blighted property, so for example, Riverfront was blighted and then a project was put into place. There is some mechanism to go back after the fact and say, okay, new survey, condition survey, so forth and so on, we're finding blight again and we can do another project. Can you help just provide some details there?
I don't think the statute is as explicit as we would like it, but we have a Colorado Supreme Court case that talks about, and I believe it was the city of Arvada actually certifying that blight had been remedied, and that certification of the remedying of blight prevented the city from then immediately thereafter taking action to re-blight it. There hasn't been, to my knowledge, any certification that the blight has been remedied, and to the extent, even if it had, I think it would have been stale enough with the years past that the city's well within its discretion to look at this area anew.
Okay. And then the last one is the 31-25-107 sub 5, the issue on this housing item with respect to the Enser property. This came up, and this came up at the South Suburban meeting, and you provided some testimony to them that the interpretation of it was misconstrued. Can you help us make sure we're all clear on what's required there?
Well, and I think the council can look at it one of two ways. I think that language requires a level of certainty is going to be used for residential development. I don't think there is that level of certainty in this plan to require the finding under subsection 5. Having said that, if this council believes that based on the language in the plan, there is a level of certainty that there will be, as of today, residential development, then I think you could make that finding. You could add that finding. But I think the fact that the impact report used that as an example of potential development is far from the certainty that is contemplated by the language in subsection 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, actually, don't leave, because I think it's part legal on this, which is there's at least been a question raised with regard property identification and that it meets the criteria. Typically, when we go through some things, that would be something that might be administrative. Is it something that can be validated? Is that administrative, or is that material for our consideration tonight?
I would think it would be administrative. I mean, we have to evaluate it based on what we found, but what you're generally describing, I would feel comfortable as an administrative action.
Okay.
And I would suggest, just to supplement that, you have two components. I mean, you have both the legal description in words, and then you've also been provided maps and other illustrative documents that sort of reaffirm what the legal is intended to contemplate.
I'm not as worried about, say, what might be owned by South Suburban, because, again, it has a zero base, so that whether that's exact or not, is, and, trying to be in a position to deal with that, so.
It's actually come up a lot lately. It's very strange. In fact, we're encouraging all of our clients to, every year, not just every other year, to get together with the assessor and literally have them drop what parcels they think are in the area into a GIS map and share that with you. I cannot tell you how many times, because properties get reclassified, they sell, they subdivide, that I had one where there were like 20 properties that were in that weren't even supposed to be in from the original, and others that weren't. So, I mean, and I think it only helps them too, because once that ship has sailed and dollars have been distributed, it's very hard to kind of go back. We even had one recently where a couple of districts, they weren't even counting their mills. I mean, it just happens, there's a lot of property out there. So I can tell you from experience that what will happen after this is the county GIS person, assuming it all goes forward, but the county GIS person and the assessor, they will look at in great detail at the legal description. They will make sure we've included the right parcels. There'll be a lot of back and forth to make sure everything's included the way it's intended to be included, and then the base will be certified essentially.
Okay. Councilmember Beckman.
Just one more question. Hours ago when we started, we talked about the three-legged stool, and one of the legs was the impact analysis to the county, which is now in dispute. But we don't actually have to adopt that tonight. I mean, it would seem to me that we have found a flaw in the impact analysis that makes an assumption that there's going to be residential, which we're a long way from that occurring. Why wouldn't we just rewrite our impact analysis to eliminate a presumption of
You can, but it's all speculative. I mean, because there's no project, as Jim Reese said, to the best of our ability, we say what would happen. We have no idea if residential or if that'll be all commercial. I mean, it's not.
I get that, but I'm just thinking, let's eliminate an issue by taking that residential out of there, and then there's no more discussion about whether we would have to adopt those other 4 conditions and this, that, and the other. I mean, let's just eliminate that argument and discussion. The impact analysis we have now didn't follow through.
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would say that they just disagreed with it, and that was one of several points that they disagreed with, some of which they statutorily can speak on, and others they just chose to speak on.
Okay. If nobody else sees a burning issue there, I just wanted to bring that up, because that's only one of the 3 legs on the stool.
I'm just going to say that if California is opposed to urban renewal, I'm probably for it.
Might be
a little more to the California story too, but that's okay. Yeah.
And just to, I think, pile on to what you mentioned before, but I would give Mr. Bingham some credit, because I don't think he opposed all those projects that we had put there. So, Paul, I'll give you some recognition that it wasn't all one directional on those. So I'll kind of hit you with that. But I will point out that nearly every one of those projects had some help with the city. And the fact that we may have used impact fee offsets or sales tax shareback or a rezone component means it wasn't just a free market coming in without some activity on the part of the city to see that the project would move forward. My view of urban renewal is it's a tool just like those are the tools. As Executive Director Reese pointed out, it tends to be one of the rules of last resort, but it's also a tool that you have in the tool chest. And I think that, I hate to use military options, but when you go into battle, you try to take everything that you can muster that you might actually use. You don't necessarily use everything that's on your tool belt. forgetting that one thing when at some point in time it might make the difference to move something forward that ends up being pretty attractive. And it's just something that I think is the right thing to do and is a contributor towards our options and possibilities in looking forward for the city. What we're about is community reinvestment and economic resilience on the part of the city. Certainly, when we take a look at retail storefronts, and it's not every retail storefront, but there's enough retail storefronts in some of these areas that maybe something can help a little bit around some of that. Or as Ms. Ricker pointed out earlier, there might be a historical property that might be able to get pushed over the edge to do something that would make some sense. And the inclusion of privately owned historical property doesn't bother me as much. So I'm in favor of looking at the urban renewal. And particularly along the Santa Fe corridor, it's one of our major commercial corridors, and it's kind of an exciting area. And getting to Mr. Brune's comments about thinking of the human level that's absolutely there. One of the things that we have in our minds, and we've tried to communicate that, is being in a position where putting the city back in touch with the river. And one of the things that was exciting earlier this year to me, related a little bit, is taking a look at Hudson Gardens master plan and what connection they're going to be making to the Greenway, and actually going beyond the Greenway into the river and making that an attachable space, which is kind of set with now rather unattractive fence on on the west side of that property. So it's those things that attach. The fact that Lucille's has put a nice set of bicycle racks along the Greenway there is pretty attractive. And so when Councilmember Brinkman talks about the South Platte Working Group, a big part of that is connecting folks to the river. I have some really squirrely ideas about how to help Littleton connect east and west that may be pretty impractical. So, but I'm in favor of this and look for other folks to maybe comment or go to a vote.
I'll comment. Okay. I'm opposed to this for the same reason I was against the other one. I think that this authority has a track record that is not good to the city of Littleton. They left owing money to the city of Littleton, and it's basically the same folks that are involved. This plan is even larger, whatever the plan may be. That's it. I'll be opposed to it.
Okay. Council, additional comments? Council looking to vote. Vote in favor is for the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan with the amendment that excludes the two properties.
The vote is 5 in favor, with council members Cole and Valdez voting no. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, Council. We now move to comments for the evening. City Manager.
Good morning, Council.
Okay. Councilmember Stein.
Mayor, your lights are still on.
Thank you.
In light of the late hour, I'll abridge my comments just to one very brief thing. To say that I regret that the speaker who addressed council earlier this evening felt that she had to make that personal attack. The public record is clear that in the litigation over the property referenced, the ownership group of which I was a part was the prevailing party.
Councilmember Brinkman.
No report.
Councilmember Valdez.
Congratulations to Littleton Lions football coach Kurt Krantz for being selected the coach of the week by the Denver Broncos.
Okay. Councilmember Cole.
Yeah, in case you all have leaves, Sunday is the last of the leaf recycling program this year. This past Sunday, we had about 1,000 vehicles. I think I got that right. Close to 1,000 vehicles brought Some of them came 4 times, but that many. So good stuff, but most of the leaves are not going to have fallen.
Blowing
by
them into
then.
my neighbor's yard is not the solution.
Anyway.
Councilmember Stallman?
Only by virtue of the fact that I forgot to do this at the last meeting, but when we did the budget, the item with respect to the library annex at Aspen Grove was reviewed with the library board, and their feedback was that they were very appreciative of having the opportunity to review the item, and earlier warning or seeing it somewhat sooner would have given them more chance to digest it and consider it. And I said I would pass that suggestion along to the city manager and the finance team for future consideration. And since there's a library board meeting tomorrow night, I wanted to be able to report back that I...
Do you mean tonight?
Tonight, yeah, good, fair point, well presented. That's it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Beckman?
Nothing this evening.
And I just have a couple of items. Remember that tomorrow, which is Thursday, we have a breakfast with folks in the community center. I do have a District 3 Town Hall meeting on Saturday. Anyone is invited. It's at 10 o'clock in the morning at the South Metro Denver Realtor Association. There's an exciting groundbreaking at Littleton Adventist Hospital next week. They're opening an oncology radiation center, which is a significant construction project on their grounds. And I want to make a public, and I'll continue to make it over and over again, apology to Mayor Pro Tem Beckman. I had promised him that tonight's meeting would be quick, and I was absolutely wrong, and I am very sorry and held him away from his family. I feel personally responsible, and I'll have to talk with him on how I make it up. So,
Great.
with that, we're adjourned.
The breakfast is...